It was April 1945, the last breath of an empire, the last voyage of a dream. The sea was calm that morning off the coast of Japan, but beneath its glassy surface lay the final echo of a dying age. The battleship Yamato, the largest warship ever built, prepared to sail for the last time, not toward victory but toward sacrifice. She was more than steel and guns. She was a floating shrine to a nation's pride, a monument to ambition forged in the fires of war. Her mission, codenamed Operation 10 Go, was not a strategy. It was a requiem. The ship that had once symbolized Japan's naval supremacy would now become the instrument of its own elegy. The Yamato was the pride of the Imperial Japanese Navy, a titan of the seas conceived in secrecy before the war. Her 18-inch guns were the largest ever mounted on a battleship, her armor thicker than any shell could easily pierce, her silhouette a thing of myth. But by 1945 her time had passed. The age of the battleship was over. The sky now ruled the ocean. The Japanese fleet had been shattered, its fuel reserves drained, its pilots exhausted. The empire's leaders, trapped between defeat and dishonor, chose one last gesture, a suicidal charge toward Okinawa, where American forces were closing in. Yamato would sail with just enough fuel to reach the island, beach herself, and fight as a gun platform until she was destroyed. It was not a battle plan. It was ritual death at sea. As she departed from Tokiyama on April 6th, her decks gleamed beneath the grey dawn, manned by over 3,000 men, many young, many knowing they would never return. Some carried letters home sealed in oilskin. Others looked out over the waves in silence, their faces unreadable. Above them, cherry blossoms had just begun to bloom across Japan, a cruel contrast to the mission's purpose. For centuries, Japan's warriors had embraced the ideal of dying beautifully in service to their emperor. Now that ancient code Bushido met the full weight of modern war, Yamato's departure was not cheered, it was mourned. Even the admirals knew she was sailing into oblivion. American reconnaissance aircraft spotted the formation almost immediately. The vast ship, escorted by a handful of destroyers, was too large, too visible, too proud to hide. On April 7th, the U.S. Navy launched waves of aircraft, hundreds of bombers and torpedo planes from the carriers of Task Force 58, each carrying the force of inevitability. The sea that day became a sky of fire. Bombs screamed down from the clouds, torpedoes streaked through the water, and the mighty Yamato, once thought unsinkable, became a blazing island of flame. Her guns roared defiantly, shooting at the heavens themselves, but there were too many. The aircraft came in relentless succession, metallic swarms circling, diving, striking with precision born of experience and dominance. In less than 2 hours it was over. The Yamato listed hard to port, explosions tearing through her magazines, her steel hull groaned, her decks split open, and as the sea rushed in she began to roll. Men leapt into the burning water as fuel and oil ignited around them. At 2:23 p.m. she capsized and exploded, a detonation so massive it was seen from miles away, a mushroom of smoke and fire rising from the sea like the ghost of an empire screaming its last breath. Over 3,000 men perished. Only a few hundred survived. The sound of her death marked not just the end of the Yamato, but the twilight of Japan's naval power, the final moment when the dream of dominion over the Pacific sank beneath the waves. Operation Tengo was more than a military tragedy. It was a symbol of the old world's collapse, a time when honor was placed above life and beauty was sought even in destruction. The Yamato's final voyage reflected a nation at war with itself, torn between pride and despair, tradition and survival. She sailed as a relic of an era that could no longer exist, a monument to courage and futility alike. Her wreck now rests deep beneath the East China Sea, silent and dignified, her guns still pointed toward the surface as if waiting for a sky that will never again be filled with fire. Tonight we remember not only the ship, but the spirit she carried, the loyalty, the tragedy, and the haunting beauty of sacrifice at sea. This is the story of the Yamato's last stand, the final song of steel and flame that ended an empire's dream. Before we begin, tell me, where in the world are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you tonight? Spring of 1945 descended upon Japan with a fragile light, pale as if the sun itself hesitated over the islands. Tokyo's streets, once thrumming with the certainty of empire, now echoed with the cautious footsteps of couriers and the muted chatter of worried citizens. Smoke lingered over bombed-out districts, curling into the low clouds like silent witnesses to defeat. In the Imperial War Councils, generals leaned over maps marked with the red ink of retreat, voices low, tense, measured. Every report from the Pacific Front brought the weight of inevitability. Aircraft carriers that once dominated the horizon had been replaced by ominous radar pings and the distant roar of approaching fleets. Civilians shuttered windows against the harsh winds of rumor and fear, while children pressed their faces to the glass, sensing the tremors of an unseen enemy. Beneath the surface, the bureaucracy scrambled, dispatching orders that arrived too late and too fragmented to matter. And yet, in the Kure naval base, a massive silhouette rested, indifferent to the despair around her. Yamato awaited her summons, a steel colossus embodying the pride and peril of a nation teetering on collapse. The emperor convened his generals in dim-lit chambers where shadows clung to walls like silent advisors. The air was thick with incense and the faint tang of ink on strategy papers, mingling with the ever-present anxiety of men who knew history would judge them harshly. Maps sprawled across tables, tracing the shrinking contours of islands under siege, dotted with red symbols of losses too vast to ignore. Officers spoke cautiously, each word weighted by the knowledge that time had abandoned them. Outside, air raid sirens wailed intermittently, echoing across the city and punctuating discussions with reminders of mortal vulnerability. Each glance toward the naval base at Kure carried unspoken questions. Could one ship still matter? In the shadows, aides recorded everything, aware that every decision might be a sentence in the history books. Conversations paused as planes droned overhead, their engines a sinister metronome for a nation's heartbeat. A single lantern flickered, casting the map in moving light, as if the empire itself were uncertain of its own outline. The generals nodded silently, a pact of resignation binding them more tightly than hope ever could. Kure naval base lay along the Seto Inland Sea, its calm waters belying the storm gathering in steel and intent. Yamato rested at her moorings, her decks gleaming faintly beneath the shifting clouds, every gun turret a monument to Japan's fading dominance. Sailors moved along her length, shadows of men accustomed to duty, carrying buckets, tools, and the quiet weight of inevitability. The smell of salt and diesel mixed with polished metal, forming a scent that would forever be associated with both pride and doom. Harbor cranes swayed gently, silhouetted against the water like silent sentinels, while small boats drifted lazily in the reflections of a grey sky. Every rivet, every hull plate told a story of ambition, of engineers and labourers who had built not merely a ship but a symbol of national resolve. Yet beyond the steel there was a palpable tension, the knowledge that the world had shifted beneath their feet. From observation towers, officers scanned the horizon, wary of even the smallest blip that might herald destruction. In the quiet, the ship seemed almost alive, breathing slowly, waiting, listening. And for those who watched her, Yamato was not just a battleship, she was the pulse of a dying empire. Across the archipelago, villages and towns braced for what news might come next. as if the wind itself carried the sorrow of countless lost souls. Children traced chalk lines on shattered streets, unaware of the maps above in distant chambers that dictated their fates. Mothers whispered prayers into the dawn, their voices trembling over the stillness of early morning rice paddies. Soldiers trudged along dirt roads, their boots clattering against stones, carrying weapons too heavy for the fatigue that already weighed upon them. The sea beyond shimmered under a low sun, a deceptive calm that masked the encroaching threat of American fleets. Smoke from distant fires drifted toward the sky, blotting out clarity, turning the horizon into a smeared painting of conflict. Every message intercepted, every reconnaissance plane spotted, deepened the sense of isolation. The world was closing in, and Japan's vast ambitions had contracted into a narrow, desperate struggle for survival. And in the center of it all, Yamato remained, silent and immovable, an island of permanence amidst encroaching chaos. Each man aboard sensed it, though few spoke the truth aloud. The war had turned irreversibly. From the perspective of the American carriers patrolling hundreds of miles away, Japan was already a map of opportunity. Pilots' voices crackled over radio waves, unaware of the Leviathan waiting for them, their words clipped, tactical, devoid of sentiment. On board the carriers, officers studied intercepted communications, calculating the odds with precision, the faint smell of gun oil and engine heat mingling in the air. Yet the Japanese naval leadership refused to relent, clinging to Yamato as both shield and spear, a tangible assertion of national pride. Histories would later debate the logic, the desperation, the inevitability of what followed. In Kure, men polished guns and checked ammunition, rituals designed to occupy hands and minds. The horizon was a living line, teasing imagination and fear alike, stretching between potential and demise. Sailors joked quietly, a brittle armor against dread, their laughter punctuating the metallic sighs of the massive ship. Overhead, gulls circled indifferently, their cries echoing against the steel in an eerie harmony. The calm persisted, yet every heartbeat aboard was synchronized to an unspoken understanding. Nothing would remain unchanged by the journey ahead. Within the bowels of Yamato, engine rooms rumbled gently, vibrations coursing through the hull like the heartbeat of a dormant giant. Mechanics adjusted valves and pistons with precise care, aware that even a minor failure could amplify catastrophe. The metallic scent of oil mixed with the dampness of the sea, a reminder that life and death coexisted in intimate proximity. Officers paced narrow corridors, reviewing orders, memorizing contingencies, their faces illuminated by flickering lanterns. Outside, the sun dipped toward the horizon, painting the water in bands of crimson and gold, as though the sea itself mourned the Empire's slow decline. Each deck creaked under the weight of history, every gun turret a monument to ambitions already compromised. Sailors whispered stories of past battles, of victories that now seemed ephemeral, of comrades lost to oceans wide and indifferent. The rhythm of the engines, steady yet insistent, became a meditative pulse, carrying men toward destiny. Time seemed elastic, stretching and contracting with each gust of wind across the open decks. And in this suspended moment, Yamato waited, both sentinel and symbol, poised at the threshold of a fateful voyage. Aerial reconnaissance painted the islands in meticulous grids, shadows of trees and ruins etched sharply against the terrain. Japanese scouts observed silently, reporting nothing but patterns, shapes, and the slow approach of inevitable engagement. In coastal towns, fishermen hauled in nets heavy with the day's catch, oblivious to the strategic currents beneath their waters. Smoke from distant bombings drifted into the sky, a silent semaphore of despair. Orders trickled down the chain of command, each relay slowing under the burden of fear and caution. Across Tokyo, citizens pressed ears to radios, catching fragments of broadcasts that spoke in euphemisms, hiding the truth behind measured diction. Children slept with toys clutched tightly, while their fathers read maps under candlelight, drawing lines that could not be defended. In the harbour, Yamato's massive silhouette reflected the twilight, a mirror of national pride shadowed by loss. The water lapped against her hull, whispering promises no human could keep. And in this quiet, the Empire's heartbeat slowed, conscious that the world had changed forever. Night fell like a heavy curtain, cloaking Kure in darkness and expectation, the stars overhead indifferent observers to the struggles below. Lamps glimmered across the decks, revealing men hunched over rifles, pens, and meals, each action a fragile assertion of control. The distant drone of aircraft reminded everyone that no place was untouched, that even sanctuaries were temporary. Silence held a weight heavier than sound, and shadows stretched across the steel in a slow, deliberate choreography. The ocean mirrored the sky, a deep mercurial black that promised both concealment and threat. Officers whispered final instructions, their voices trembling yet precise, binding sailors to duty, to honor, and to history. The scent of sea brine and smoke lingered, a mingling of natural and man-made forces colliding subtly across the night. Yamato rested, monumental and still, embodying the dichotomy of invincibility and fragility. For the men aboard, for the Empire watching silently, this was the prelude, a fragile breath before the storm. The giant still waited in harbour, a silent witness to an empire's slow collapse. Kure Naval Dockyard stretched along the Seto Inland Sea like a sleeping giant, its iron skeletons and scaffolding bristling under the early morning light. Workers moved in synchronized rhythm, hammers striking steel with a metallic song that echoed across the harbour, a chorus of industry and ambition. The scent of molten metal mingled with salt-laden air, sharp and intoxicating, clinging to overalls and skin alike. Cranes groaned as they lifted enormous plates, sliding them into place with meticulous precision, the sheer scale of the construction dwarfing the men who guided them. Engineers hunched over blueprints, whispering calculations that would define the ship's fate, their voices low to avoid prying eyes. Across the yards, covered sheds hid the formation of the colossal keel, a secret skeleton waiting to rise above water like a Leviathan from legend. Steam hissed from boilers as riveters worked relentlessly, sparks scattering like fleeting stars across the dim interiors. Time seemed suspended, measured in the pulse of welding arcs and the rhythm of footsteps on steel grates. In this orchestrated chaos, every movement was an act of devotion, every strike of hammer a prayer to the Empire's enduring glory. And through it all, the silhouette of Yamato began to emerge, immense, impossible, awe-inspiring in its silent dominion. The keel, a spine of steel stretching hundreds of meters, lay hidden beneath tarpaulins, the sheer weight of it pressing the floorboards downward. Men worked beneath it, sweat beading on foreheads, lungs burning from the mixture of smoke, oil, and seawater. Rivets hissed and glowed as they fused plates together, the sparks painting fleeting constellations in the dark. Admirals occasionally wandered through, their polished boots echoing in cavernous sheds, nodding silently at progress, their eyes reflecting both pride and apprehension. Discussions of armor thickness, turret design, and propulsion were hushed, technical, secret, every word heavy with consequence. Outside, the water shimmered in the morning sun, indifferent to the colossal undertaking taking place along its edge. Shipwrights climbed scaffolding hundreds of feet above, their shadows stretching over steel and water alike. Each turn of a wrench, each careful measurement was a brushstroke in the grand portrait of naval supremacy. And yet, despite the immense scale, the ship retained a fragility, a silent promise that even the mightiest construct could not escape time or war. Beneath the tarpaulins, the spine of Yamato waited, patient and eternal in its silent ambition. Christening day arrived with a stillness unusual for the bustling dockyards, as if the sea itself paused to witness the birth. A ribbon snapped in the breeze, bells rang, and the hull shimmered beneath ceremonial lights, polished to a mirror sheen that reflected the anxious faces of dignitaries and sailors. Steam and smoke mingled in the harbour air, punctuated by the scent of freshly laid timber and lacquer, ceremonial incense, and the metallic tang of steel. Photographers captured fleeting images that would later become historical touchstones, evidence of an empire's attempt to assert permanence in the face of a shifting world. Crowds murmured quietly, a mixture of awe and apprehension, children craning their necks to see the enormity of the battleship. Sailors saluted, faces impassive, muscles tense with pride, and the faintest tremor of fear, as though the weight of the vessel pressed down upon their very souls. Engineers whispered among themselves, calculating tolerances, imagining stresses that no man could yet see, but would one day test to breaking. In the background, cranes and scaffolds cast long shadows over the water, elongated by the low afternoon sun, echoing the enormity of the creation. Even as speeches echoed across the harbour, there was a sense that Yamato existed beyond words, an immovable testament to ambition and secrecy. The air thrummed with reverence and forewarning, the ship's presence both inspiring and unnerving in equal measure. The hull's turrets loomed like sleeping titans, their barrels pointing skyward, silent yet threatening in their immensity. Sailors ran drills along the decks, the sound of boots striking metal punctuated by shouted orders, a human echo of the steel colossus above them. Engineers inspected rivets and joints with magnifying lenses, their eyes tracing lines that would bear the fury of battle yet unseen. From a distance, enemy reconnaissance planes glimpsed the silhouette through clouds black against water, their reports hinting at a weapon that could dominate the horizon. In quiet corners, young shipwrights rested briefly, their muscles trembling, stained with soot and sweat, dreaming of home while shaping history. Cranes swung massive armor plates into place, the metal groaning under its own weight, as if aware of the burden it would bear. The smell of heated steel, diesel, and salt water created an olfactory symphony of creation and labor, each component joined with precision, a testament to the blend of human ingenuity and tireless discipline. By evening, the ship's full outline emerged against the sky, a shadow stretching across water, impossible to ignore. And as the sun dipped, painting the hull in molten gold, Yamato seemed to rise from myth into reality, immense and eternal. Inside the engine rooms, enormous turbines rested like slumbering beasts, awaiting ignition, the floor vibrating faintly under their mass, even in dormancy. Mechanics moved between catwalks, wrenches and gauges in hand, whispering instructions that would one day orchestrate the pulse of war. The metallic scent was sharp, mingling with lubricant, sweat and seawater that had seeped through cracks in the steel. Sparks flared briefly as welding arcs met plates, illuminating soot-streaked faces for fleeting moments, revealing determination etched into every line. Overhead, the hull stretched impossibly, the ceiling lost to shadow, cavernous and echoing the enormity of human endeavor. Engineers discussed fuel efficiency, armor density, and the hydraulic systems that would move turrets with meticulous care, their calculations precise to the millimeter. Every bolt, every rivet became a point of potential destiny, capable of sustaining or failing under the pressures to come. The vibrations of the construction mingled with the distant call of gulls and the lapping of waves, a chorus of anticipation. From outside, the ship rose above scaffolding like a metallic mountain, silent and indifferent to the men below, and within its bowels, Yamato's heart waited, poised to beat with unprecedented power when awakened. Above deck, the conning tower cast long shadows over the dock, windows reflecting the late afternoon sun like dark, watchful eyes. Sailors practiced navigation drills along narrow catwalks, their voices low yet authoritative, shadows flickering with every movement of the towering ship. Massive cranes swung into place, their chains clanking against steel, carrying shells and armor like ceremonial offerings to the future. Engineers scribbled calculations into leather-bound notebooks, ink smudged by soot and sweat, aware that every decimal point could determine survival. Beyond the yards, the Seto Inland Sea stretched infinitely, a mirror reflecting the ship's colossal image, the water vibrating faintly under the hull's weight. Dock workers paused to admire the lines of the ship, their hands still blackened with labor, hearts swelling with pride and the faintest tremor of fear. Photographs captured the moment, frozen reminders of human ambition, of colossal dreams tempered by the fragile hands that shaped them. In every rivet, every joint, every turret, the scale of possibility and destruction converged, silent yet unyielding. Seagulls circled, indifferent and eternal, casting shadows that danced over polished steel, and in that quiet interplay of light and mass, Yamato became more than a ship. She became an icon, a vessel of awe and inevitability. The launch day arrived under skies streaked with clouds, as if nature itself contemplated the magnitude below. Water hissed and steamed as the hull met the sea, the air vibrating with the roar of displaced volume, a sound felt as much as heard. Workers cheered quietly, voices hushed, while dignitaries and naval officers nodded gravely, aware that this moment marked both achievement and forewarning. The smell of wet steel and salt water mixed with ceremonial incense, forming an olfactory tapestry of pride and gravity. Sailors lined the decks, boots echoing on metal, eyes forward, shoulders squared against the immensity of what lay ahead. In the control rooms, engineers monitored every sensor and gauge, their fingers trembling as pressure and displacement readings flashed on meters. Onlookers leaned from scaffolds, eyes wide, capturing the scale with cameras that could scarcely contain it. The sea rippled outward, carrying the reflection of the towering ship, like a shadow of ambition across waves. Every plank, every gun barrel, every riveted plate bore the weight of expectation, of the Empire's faith in its own permanence. And as the hull settled in water, the dockyard exhaled in awe, recognizing that Yamato had emerged as both creation and legend. Night fell upon Kure, lanterns casting pools of light across scaffolding and water, shimmering against the hull of the newly awakened giant. The dockyard quieted, save for distant creaking, occasional metallic clangs, and the soft lapping of waves against the keel. Sailors patrolled decks, their shadows stretching long and thin, faces contemplative, minds heavy with the knowledge that this was only the beginning. Engineers lingered, checking tolerances, inspecting welds, their breath fogging in the cool night air, silent guardians of a colossal creation. Beyond, the Seto Inland Sea reflected stars as if witnessing history, indifferent and eternal. The immense ship, now floating free, dominated the harbour, a monument to ingenuity, secrecy, and ambition. In every line, every curve, every gun turret, there existed the promise of power unmatched, the embodiment of a nation's pride. Cranes and scaffolds stood like sentinels, shadows frozen against steel, witnessing the first chapter of a story yet to unfold. And as the night deepened, Yamato rested in stillness, monumental and eternal, a Leviathan poised to guard an empire's dreams. Forged in steel and silence, Yamato was meant to guard eternity. yet her time would be brief. The halls of Japan's naval academies echoed with disciplined footsteps and the muted rustle of uniforms, a symphony of tradition and expectation. Cadets lined the polished corridors, eyes forward, shoulders squared, absorbing lessons in navigation, strategy, and the art of command. Maps of distant seas adorned the walls, painted in meticulous detail, each line a testament to ambition and foresight. In classrooms, instructors traced movements of fleets with precise gestures, explaining tactics honed over decades, their voices carrying authority and reverence. Outside, the harbour shimmered under the morning sun, carriers and destroyers reflecting like jewels upon the water. Yet, among all vessels, Yamato dominated thought and imagination, a physical embodiment of doctrine and national pride. The scent of polished brass, ink and sea brine lingered in the air, mingling with the faint tang of oil from maintenance crews below decks. Cadets whispered quietly of her size, her firepower, her symbolic role in an empire that equated steel with honor. Every lesson carried unspoken weight. The battleship was not merely a tool, but the standard by which all naval might would be measured. And in these halls, the future leaders of the fleet learned to see Yamato not just as a ship, but as a sacred guardian of Japan's destiny. War games simulated the oceans in miniature, wooden ships and colored flags moving across glass tables under watchful eyes. Officers leaned over models, calculating angles of fire, rates of advance, and the placement of reinforcements with exacting precision. The room hummed with concentration, punctuated by the soft scratching of pencil on paper and the occasional exhalation of frustration. Simulated torpedoes crossed imagined waters, wooden hulls rocked under invisible waves, and every move became a rehearsal for an unforgiving reality. Outside, aerial carriers patrolled distant horizons in photographs and reports, evidence of the shifting balance of naval power. A sense of irony lingered beneath the pride. Yamato, immense and invincible in doctrine, faced an era dominated by speed, flight, and unseen threats from the sky. Smoke from boilers and incense from ceremonial corners mingled in a strange harmony of modernity and tradition. Cadets observed, imagining themselves on deck, feeling the weight of rifles and the recoil of guns, imagining glory and peril intertwined. Maps and models became bridges between theory and tangible destiny, each gesture a rehearsal for a world already changing. And in the quiet hum of the academy, Yamato's shadow loomed, monumental, inspiring, almost untouchable in imagination. On board the ship itself, sailors climbed gangways and ladders, the smell of salt and engine oil thick in the air. Metal groaned softly beneath boots, a constant reminder of the immense weight of steel and responsibility. Officers barked orders in practiced cadence, their voices carrying across decks, blending with the rhythmic churning of engines below. Gun turrets loomed overhead, barrels pointed skyward, silent yet brimming with potential violence. The sun glinted off polished brass and steel, casting long shadows that stretched across the decks like reminders of legacy. Sailors adjusted rigging, checked instruments, and exchanged brief words, their pride palpable yet tinged with unspoken apprehension. Overhead, clouds shifted slowly, carrying the faint scent of distant salt water and the quiet forewarning of storms to come. The horizon beyond the ship remained vast and indifferent, the faint outline of enemy carriers, a reminder of vulnerability hidden by distance. Cadets and officers alike felt the paradox, immense power yet fragile in the face of innovation. And as the ship creaked and settled, every footstep reverberated with history, training, and an enduring, almost ceremonial pride. From the vantage point of reconnaissance aircraft, the Japanese fleet stretched in disciplined lines, orderly yet finite, under the morning sun. Pilots traced the ship's paths, noting angles, formation integrity, and the shadow of Yamato, whose presence dominated the horizon. Below, sailors maneuvered through routines honed over years, the smell of diesel, salt, and gunpowder infusing the air. Engineers checked engines and hull integrity with meticulous care, aware that each detail might be the difference between triumph and catastrophe. Observers on deck noted the movement of enemy carriers far beyond, understanding that their doctrine of battleship supremacy faced an unprecedented test. The wind carried cries of gulls and the faint echo of drills blending with the distant roar of waves against hulls. Flags snapped in the breeze, symbols of honor and heritage, while officers consulted compasses and sextants, reaffirming course and intention. The ocean's expanse reminded them of scale and vulnerability alike, a stage where power could be tested and undone. And within the shadow of Yamato, pride coursed alongside irony, the greatest ship afloat, yet increasingly obsolete in a skybound age. Drills intensified as the sun climbed higher, sailors executing coordinated maneuvers with disciplined precision, the deck alive with controlled motion. Gun crews loaded shells, the metallic clang resonating across steel, punctuated by shouted commands and measured steps. Officers traced imaginary enemy approaches on charts, hands trembling slightly under the burden of responsibility. In distant ports, civilians glimpsed smoke rising from the naval yard, the scent of ambition and labor intermingling with the brine of the sea. Engineers wiped sweat from brows, ears ringing with the rhythm of hydraulic presses, rivets, and the occasional whistle of passing aircraft. Every movement on board Yamato became a rehearsal of mastery over chaos, a ballet of steel, skill, and coordination. Observers from neighboring ships noted the tension between legacy and innovation, tradition, and the inevitable evolution of warfare. Across the horizon, carrier aircraft streaked silently, fast, lethal, and invisible, until they were upon the fleet. The juxtaposition was stark, ancient doctrine in colossal steel versus the emergent era of flight and surprise. And aboard Yamato the crew's pride endured, unwavering even as the winds of change swept relentlessly toward them. Evening settled over the harbor, painting steel and water in muted shades of grey and orange. Sailors lounged briefly, catching their breaths, faces streaked with grime and sun, eyes reflecting both satisfaction and apprehension. Engineers checked rivets one last time, the faint glow of welding arcs painting shadows across their focused faces. From high vantage points, officers observed distant silhouettes, enemy and allied alike, assessing range, angle, and potential threat. Flags fluttered lazily in the fading wind, the last gestures of national symbolism before darkness descended. The smell of exhaust and sea spray mingled with the faint odor of lacquer and polish, evidence of human care applied to monumental steel. Drums of ammunition and stacks of supplies lined the docks, silent witnesses to ambition and preparation. Even in repose, Yamato dominated the harbor, her immense silhouette mirrored in still water, impossibly imposing. Cadets and sailors alike felt the weight of history pressing downward, a paradox of pride and vulnerability coexisting in perfect tension. And as night approached, the Leviathan rested, monumental and poised, a symbol of doctrine, ambition, and enduring national faith. Night operations introduced another rhythm, the soft glow of lamps revealing men moving purposefully across decks and corridors. The metallic scent of the ship was sharper now, mingled with the salt of sweat and the faint tang of oil from engines left idling. Officers rehearsed night maneuvers in hushed tones, tracing movements on illuminated charts while the sea whispered against the hull. Sailors adjusted rigging and cleaned weaponry, their shadows dancing across steel walls long and distorted in lamplight. From distant islands, radar signals and faint silhouettes reminded them that the world beyond remained hostile and watchful. Even in darkness, Yamato's silhouette cast a quiet dominion over the harbor, her size magnified by shadow and reflection. Engineers murmured over gauges, ensuring that every system remained ready for action, the ship a living organism in vigilant sleep. The night wind carried a chill brushing against faces and metal alike, reminding men that pride alone would not suffice in war. And beneath the stars the vessel seemed almost sentient, its presence demanding both reverence and caution. Every man aboard understood, instinctively, Yamato was a beacon of pride and a prelude to the irony of obsolescence awaiting her. By dawn the ship gleamed anew, polished, precise, a monument to engineering, labor, and ambition combined. Sailors stood at attention, the faint scent of lacquer, salt, and steel lingering in the air, as if marking ceremony in anticipation of future trials. Gun turrets swiveled slowly, tested, each barrel a dark promise pointed toward the horizon, immovable yet capable of immense fury. Officers reviewed orders and strategy, their expressions grave, aware that pride carried weight but no immunity against the changing tides of warfare. Across the harbor, smaller vessels moved methodically, their crews respecting the shadow cast by the battleship, the silent authority she imposed. The wind carried whispers of history, a subtle reminder that this moment, like all others, would pass into legend. Every rivet, bolt, and weld bore witness to human effort, endurance, and imagination on a scale rarely matched. In the reflective waters below, the immense form of Yamato shimmered, colossal, indomitable, yet inevitably caught between the past and the future. And as the first light touched the harbor in full, it was clear, even as the age of the battleship waned, Japan's faith in Yamato never faltered. The autumn of 1944 cast long shadows over the Pacific, skies burning with the smoke of battle and the echoes of desperate artillery. Japanese carriers, once symbols of invincibility, burned fiercely under relentless waves of American aircraft, flames licking the clouds like torches marking a funeral. Sailors clung to splintered decks, ears ringing from explosions, eyes wide with disbelief as steel and fire consumed their companions. Smoke and salt water mingled in the air, a choking, bitter perfume that clung to skin, hair, and uniform. Radar screens trembled with signals of incoming aircraft, each blip a harbinger of annihilation. Beneath the chaos, Yamato fired her guns, colossal cannons roaring, a voice of defiance lost against the overwhelming tide. The ocean reflected fire in impossible patterns, waves trembling under shock and recoil, carrying debris and despair alike. Officers barked orders, their voices hoarse, drowned partially by the relentless crescendo of anti-aircraft fire. Men moved with mechanical precision, fatigue etched into every movement, every glance, fleetingly acknowledging mortality. And in the distance, the smoke of Leto Gulf painted a grim horizon, a reminder that the Empire's reach had begun to falter. From the vantage of American pilots, the Japanese fleet was a tableau of desperation. Ships ablaze, hulls breaking beneath torpedo strikes, smoke curling like spectral fingers into the sky. Bombs detonated with a ferocity that shattered the morning calm, flames illuminating terrified faces and twisted metal. Each explosion was a punctuation mark, each column of fire a statement of dominance. Sailors leapt across burning decks, carrying ammunition, tending the wounded, voices trembling between fear and determination. The scent of scorched timber, oil, and seawater filled every breath, an olfactory signature of human struggle beneath steel and fire. Torpedoes streaked through the water, invisible lines of death that shredded hulls and punctured hope. Commanders watched helplessly as formations dissolved under relentless assault, their maps now irrelevant, their strategy undone. Yet, amidst chaos, Yamato remained, firing volley after volley, her massive guns sending tremors through the ocean and air alike. The rhythm of battle was relentless, unyielding, a drumbeat of despair that echoed across both sides of the conflict. And in those hours the scale of defeat became undeniable, a shadow cast long across the pride of the Imperial Navy. Sailors aboard Yamato moved mechanically, exhaustion etched into every gesture, muscles trembling from hours of unending exertion. Water sluiced across decks, carrying debris, oil, and the scent of blood into corners where men fought to maintain control. Voices rose in frantic coordination, punctuated by groans and cries as fires raged below deck and alarms screamed across the steel. Gun crews rotated rapidly, each movement a rehearsal in survival, each shot fired an act of both defiance and futility. The smell of gunpowder mingled with salt and sweat, a testament to human endurance beneath the monumental weight of the ship's steel. Officers consulted charts, tracking enemy carriers, plotting angles, adjusting for wind and fire, all the while knowing the ocean held forces beyond calculation. Smoke from burning vessels stained the horizon, a grotesque tapestry of defeat reflected in wide, haunted eyes. Below, the hum of engines and the groan of hulls under fire created a symphony of strain and inevitability. Men whispered fleeting prayers between orders, gestures of quiet desperation in a storm that spared none, and Yamato's guns thundered onward, colossal, impotent, a voice of pride drowned in the cacophony of loss. From distant observation planes, the battlefield resembled a shattered chessboard, pieces sinking, exploding, and dissolving into smoke and water. American pilots maneuvered with lethal precision, their faces calm behind goggles, hands steady on throttles and triggers, unaware of the human stories beneath them. The glint of Japanese steel reflected sunlight, momentarily blinding, as guns roared and flak burst around aircraft in clouds of fire and smoke. Sailors scrambled along decks, carrying hose lines, ammunition, and wounded comrades, each step a measured defiance against overwhelming forces. The air was thick with acrid tangs of oil and gunpowder, heavy with the oppressive heat of combustion and fear. Explosions shook the ship, rattling rivets and bending steel, each tremor echoing through souls as much as through hulls. Officers' faces were masks of stoicism, yet their eyes betrayed the weight of impossible choices, lives balanced against ambition and pride. Above, clouds shifted, casting fleeting shadows across decks, momentary darkness punctuating the relentless glare of fire. Every movement, every decision carried moral and mortal consequence, the invisible calculus of survival playing out in real time. And Yamato, immense yet isolated, endured, a monument of iron and determination against the tide of inevitability. Exhaustion seeped into every corner of the fleet, men moving in slow, deliberate motions, as if the ocean itself drained energy from flesh and steel alike. Gun crews wiped sweat from soot-streaked faces, eyes straining to follow incoming aircraft and falling shells. Officers barked terse commands, voices raw, the cadence of authority now laced with desperation and dread. Flooded compartments groaned under the weight of water and debris, the sound a low, persistent vibration that reverberated through every bulkhead. Smoke curled through stairwells and hatches, carrying with it the faint scent of burning wiring, lacquer, and human fear. The horizon was a kaleidoscope of fire, steel, and motion, waves rolling beneath debris-strewn decks, as if the sea mourned its own complicity. Orders were relayed in bursts, voices cutting through alarms, gunfire and groans, a fragile thread holding discipline against chaos. Small boats bobbed nearby, lifeboats emptied of crews lost moments before, their hulls flickering against the molten reflection of flames. Men gritted teeth, muscles taut, clinging to structure and ritual as if they alone could stave off disaster. And yet, despite every effort, the magnitude of loss pressed relentlessly against pride, eroding hope with each moment. Smoke from Leyte Gulf stretched across the horizon, an ominous shroud of black and orange, reflecting fire in the restless waters. Flames licked the sky, mirrored in trembling faces and wet decks, an unyielding reminder of what had been lost and what remained in jeopardy. Sailors carried wounded comrades, their hands slick with blood and sweat, voices strained with urgency and grief. The roar of artillery, distant yet omnipresent, filled the air, vibrating through steel and bone alike. Engines thundered below decks, their pulse a reminder that survival depended on the orchestration of every system and every man. Officers consulted maps with trembling hands, plotting courses through chaos, knowing every maneuver risked exposure to invisible threats. Smoke hung heavy in the air, thick and suffocating, carrying with it the scent of burning timber and human effort. Across the decks, sailors paused briefly to glance at the horizon, eyes wide with the recognition of futility. And in the midst of devastation, Yamato fired, each salvo a monumental act of pride against forces that dwarfed her legacy. The ocean had become an arena of despair, vast, unyielding, and indifferent to ambition. As night descended, the fires of burning ships reflected in waves, flickering shadows across exhausted faces and scorched metal. Sailors huddled near bulkheads, shivering, faces streaked with soot, salt, and fatigue, whispering prayers to unseen deities. Officers scanned the darkness, binoculars and charts in hand, plotting courses with meticulous precision against the inevitability of death. The scent of oil and gunpowder was heavier now, mingling with the brine of the sea, a persistent reminder of human fragility beneath immense steel. Hulls creaked under weight, waves, and damage, a low, continuous groan that punctuated the night like a mournful drum. Fires flickered in compartments below, illuminating terrified and exhausted faces in momentary bursts of orange light. Waves carried debris from destroyed vessels, bobbing like silent markers of heroism and futility alike. In whispered tones, sailors shared memories of home, dreams paused indefinitely by the relentless demands of survival. And Yamato, colossal and unyielding, remained a beacon of pride and despair intertwined, a symbol of an empire facing the limits of power. The fleet endured, yet the shadow of defeat pressed with inescapable gravity. By dawn, the wreckage of carriers and destroyers floated like dark memories across the sea, smoke curling faintly into a cold morning sky. Men moved slowly along decks, dragging hoses, checking guns, tending to wounded comrades, faces etched with fatigue and sorrow. Officers held maps tracing paths of loss, noting which ships survived and which had vanished beneath waves of fire and steel. The smell of burnt oil and charred wood lingered, clinging to uniforms and hair, a pervasive memento of the night's struggle. Waves lapped gently at broken hulls, indifferent to human grief, carrying fragments of lives, letters, and ambition into the depths. Sailors whispered the names of the fallen, voices quiet, reverent, strained by the enormity of the toll. Yamato, scarred yet unbowed, rested in the midst of devastation, firing sporadically, her guns speaking of pride and futility in equal measure. Across the horizon, smoke plumes marked the graveyards of vessels once. The morning sun rose over Okinawa, gilding jagged cliffs and smoke-choked valleys with a cruel golden light. Amphibious craft rumbled ashore, their hulls cutting through surf like knives, each landing punctuated by the thunder of artillery and the scream of shells. Soldiers scrambled across sand and rock, rifles clutched, boots sinking in mud, faces etched with focus and fear. Explosions shook the earth, hurling debris skyward, a violent choreography marking the beginning of a battle that would test endurance and resolve. From distant observation points, Japanese commanders watched, tension pressing against their chests, aware of the island's strategic gravity. The scent of salt water mixed with smoke, gunpowder, and scorched earth, hanging heavy in the humid morning air. Engineers and sailors aboard Yamato prepared quietly, each routine a delicate rehearsal, each movement a heartbeat in anticipation of orders that might never come. Kamikaze pilots trained eyes toward the horizon, engines screaming ready to dive with lethal precision, their bravery and desperation indistinguishable. The ocean itself seemed to pulse, carrying the weight of expectation, sacrifice, and the inevitability of confrontation. And in the harbor Yamato waited, immense and silent, a Leviathan poised between duty and destiny. The first wave of kamikazes descended like dark falling stars, engines shrieking, wings slicing the sky with fatal precision. Anti-aircraft guns thundered in response, flashes of light and fire marking each impact, the air vibrating with concussive force. Sailors aboard, destroyers and battleships ducked, fired and shouted, their hearts beating in unison with the rhythm of impending destruction. Explosions ripped through wooden and steel hulls alike, smoke rising in black pillars that twisted toward the sun. From the deck of Yamato, gunners aimed colossal barrels skyward, each movement deliberate, trained, and desperate. The smell of cordite and burning fuel assaulted the senses, mingling with the humid tang of the sea. Pilots plunged into flames, their silhouettes brief and tragic, vanishing into chaos they had embraced as honor. Orders crackled over radios, terse and fragmented, the cadence of command strained beneath the enormity of threat. Waves lapped against hulls indifferent to the violence above and below, a silent witness to human courage and futility. And amidst it all, Yamato remained a dark colossus against the backdrop of an island screaming in fire. From the vantage of U.S. commanders, Okinawa presented a fortress of coral cliffs, caves, and hidden gun emplacements, its defenders resolute in the face of overwhelming force. Artillery pounded coastal positions, smoke curling into the sky, filling the air with acrid, suffocating tang. Soldiers pressed forward cautiously, the scent of damp earth, sweat, and fear mixing as they advanced under intermittent fire. Observation planes traced Japanese movements, reporting hidden positions and troop concentrations. Each radioed coordinate a lifeline for the assault below. Fires raged in caves and ravines, flames consuming timber and earth alike, echoing the desperation of defenders trapped against inevitable advance. The roar of engines and gunfire reverberated across the island, creating a mechanical heartbeat that drowned natural sounds. Soldiers paused briefly to assess terrain, mud clinging to boots, faces streaked with soot, eyes reflecting determination and trepidation. Overhead, aircraft streaked past, a constant reminder of the technological shift that had transformed naval warfare. And somewhere offshore, Yamato awaited, every gun trained, every crew member tense, poised to influence a battle whose outcome seemed preordained. The island had become a crucible, testing resolve, skill, and the endurance of both steel and flesh. Yamato's decks shimmered under early afternoon light, polished metal, reflecting a war-ready horizon, engines humming with restrained power. Sailors moved with silent precision, adjusting equipment, checking turrets, and preparing for orders that might change everything or nothing. Officers traced maps, eyes flicking between island topography and reports of enemy positions, hands trembling slightly beneath gloves and sweat. The ocean rippled beneath the hull, waves carrying echoes of distant gunfire, and the faint shouts of men scrambling along beaches. Smoke from burning villages and strategic positions drifted toward the harbor, tangling with the scent of salt, oil, and heated steel. Every shell loaded into Yamato's massive guns was a prayer, a promise, a last bridge between pride and necessity. Engineers whispered corrections to mechanisms, ensuring each turret, each gun, each system would perform under the strain of combat. Overhead, reconnaissance aircraft moved silently, transmitting shadows of enemy positions to waiting gunners. The tension was palpable, a collective pulse shared between crew and vessel, man and machine. And as the sun dipped toward the horizon, Yamato waited, immense and immutable, a sentinel against the tide of inevitability. Night fell across Okinawa with an oppressive, almost suffocating weight, turning smoke and fire into ominous silhouettes against the blackened sea. Fires burned in caves and ravines, reflected in eyes wide with exhaustion as soldiers huddled, rifles clutched, alert to every sound. Sailors aboard Yamato moved cautiously, boots echoing softly against steel, engines humming low, guns trained and ready. The scent of smoke, salt and hot metal dominated the air, carrying with it the weight of anticipation and dread. Waves lapped against hulls, indifferent, eternal, a quiet counterpoint to the chaos above. Kamikaze attacks persisted, streaks of orange and black diving toward ships, explosions punctuating the night with terrifying rhythm. Officers conferred quietly, consulting charts and assessing enemy activity with meticulous, weary precision. Engineers double-checked mechanisms, hydraulic systems, and ammunition lines, each correction a fragile tether to survival. Men whispered prayers and names of loved ones, their voices small against the roar of engines and fire. And through the night, Yamato remained, colossal, poised, her presence both promise and omen for the battles to come. Morning returned with a muted grey light, clouds hanging low over a scarred and smoke-filled horizon. Soldiers advanced cautiously, debris and ash underfoot, the smell of burned vegetation and scorched earth thick in the air. Shells from distant guns rattled the air, each impact vibrating through bone, steel, and water alike. Sailors aboard Yamato monitored reports, eyes scanning the horizon for glinting ships or distant flashes of fire. The ocean carried both debris and sound, the constant rhythm of waves underscoring a relentless sense of inevitability. Officers issued orders with precise cadence, each decision a delicate balance between aggression and survival. Engineers adjusted boilers and turrets, the heat of machinery mingling with sweat and salt on their skin. Fires continued to rage across the island, their smoke curling like dark fingers across the sky, marking destruction and determination in equal measure. Crewmen exchanged brief nods, gestures of acknowledgement and silent resolve, understanding that their ship was a fulcrum in a battle too large to control fully. And as Yamato fired once more, colossal shells erupted toward distant targets, echoing across the sea, a defiant cry against forces beyond measure. By afternoon, the island's geography revealed both opportunity and peril, caves and cliffs alternating with open beaches and fields of fire. Pilots reported kamikaze movements, their aircraft streaking like deadly comets against the sky, while gunners aimed with relentless focus. Sailors moved ammunition and supplies with tireless efficiency, muscles trembling beneath the weight of steel and expectation. The scent of gunpowder and heated metal grew stronger with each salvo, mingling with sea spray and smoke. Waves slapped against the hull, vibrations running through decks, a persistent reminder of the vessel's immensity and fragility alike. Officers mapped enemy progress, hands steady despite exhaustion, faces grim with knowledge of human and material cost. Fires on the island illuminated caves and fortifications, showing both tactical advantage and human suffering. Engineers monitored pressure, hydraulics, and gun mechanisms with obsessive precision, aware that failure could be immediate and catastrophic. Men whispered names and prayers, glances fleeting but loaded with shared understanding of peril. and Yamato, colossal, stoic, and inexorably bound to the unfolding battle, remained the silent guardian of an empire's dwindling hope. As dusk settled, smoke and flame painted the sky in red and gold, reflecting across waves like molten glass. Sailors paused briefly on deck, faces streaked with salt soot and fatigue, taking in the magnitude of destruction and endurance surrounding them. Officers traced positions and projected trajectories, aware that the balance of life and death rested in meticulous observation and timing. The ocean shimmered beneath the last light, indifferent to human struggle, carrying debris and ash toward distant horizons. Kamikaze pilots had grown fewer, but their impact had been monumental. Each loss echoing across steel decks, engineers adjusted final calibrations, ensuring that every turret, every gun, every system could respond to orders if called. Soldiers on the island pressed on, relentless in defense and desperation, unaware that each action nudged fate closer to inevitability. Sailors murmured quiet prayers and remembered fallen comrades, faces haunted yet resolute, embodying the human cost of strategy. Yamato, scarred, massive, and awaiting the final summons, cast a long shadow over the waters, poised between obedience and destiny. Okinawa demanded sacrifices no empire could afford to give. The planning rooms of the Imperial Navy in late March 1945 were thick with tension, the smell of smoke, ink, and heated debate lingering in the air. Maps covered tables, oceans and islands sketched with careful precision, routes traced with chalk and ink in meticulous arcs. Officers argued quietly but intensely, the low murmur of conflicting strategies undercut by the occasional slam of a fist or the cough of suppressed frustration. Yamato's silhouette dominated the imagination of every man in the room, her immense form a symbol of both pride and despair. Admiral Seiichi paced slowly, fingers trailing along maps, eyes narrowing as he absorbed the proposals, the weight of inevitability pressing against his chest. The plan was audacious, desperate, and almost certainly fatal. Yamato would sail to Okinawa, provide fire support, and be expended as a fortress. The smell of polished wood, metal, and smoke seemed to thicken, wrapping the room in the gravity of fatalism. Officers whispered quietly, some nodding in silent assent, others glancing down at the deck plans with averted eyes. Every detail, timing, ammunition, fuel, and route, was debated with an urgency sharpened by knowledge of overwhelming enemy air power, and as the council adjourned briefly for reflection, the enormity of what they were about to attempt pressed down like an unmovable weight. Maps were spread across the largest table, oceans stretching between Japan and Okinawa, marked with tiny notations of risk, currents, and known enemy positions. Small figures representing carriers and destroyers moved in pencil sketches, the abstract becoming terrifyingly concrete. Smoke from incense coils mingled with the tang of ink and polish, a ritual of calm amid strategical despair. Officers traced possible courses, marking danger zones where American air patrols prowled relentlessly. The creak of floorboards echoed in the hushed room, a rhythmic reminder of human vulnerability beneath colossal responsibility. Discussions of fuel limitations and limited ammunition were hushed, tense, as men weighed survival against duty and honor. Every line drawn on the map was a bridge between calculated inevitability and fatalistic hope, the route becoming both a guide and a sentence. Yamato's immense size dictated options, her draft and firepower both boon and liability in a world increasingly dominated by air. Faces were pale under lamplight, eyes reflecting the weight of history pressing down in quiet, almost suffocating waves. And Admiral Ito's gaze lingered on the final route, knowing that once committed, retreat was impossible. Arguments flared over the precise timing of departure, the sequence of supporting destroyers, and the coordination with remaining naval aircraft. Voices rose and fell, clipped, deliberate, almost ceremonial, carrying both authority and fear. Officers gestured toward the maps with trembling fingers, each line a statement of intention, each cross a potential grave. Smoke from cigarettes curled toward the low ceiling, mingling with the faint scent of polished brass and stale air. The council debated whether any semblance of victory was possible, or if this was a symbolic gesture of defiance, an offering of sacrifice. Officers traced enemy air patrols and estimated interception windows, calculations rigorous yet inevitably flawed under the weight of uncertainty. Yamato in these discussions was more than steel, she was destiny, a floating cathedral of resolve and despair. Tension pressed on the shoulders of every man, the room vibrating subtly with suppressed anxiety, anticipation, and historical consequence. Each gesture, each word was measured, deliberate, conscious of the consequences for thousands of sailors aboard the Leviathan. And as the discussion continued into evening, the path of Operation Tengo crystallized, irreversible and resolute. Admiral Ito, aged and composed, exhaled slowly, the faint scent of tobacco and sweat rising from his uniform collar. His eyes scanned reports of enemy air strength, the positions of carriers, and the condition of remaining destroyers, each statistic a potential sentence of doom. Officers shifted uncomfortably under his gaze, aware of the gravity resting upon his shoulders and theirs. Yamato waited in Kure harbor, enormous, silent, and oblivious to the debates surrounding her destiny. The smell of salt and oil drifted from the harbor, mingling with smoke from boilers and distant fires, a tangible marker of both preparation and vulnerability. Ito's acceptance of the plan was reluctant but resolute, the tension in his jaw revealing both duty and despair. He tapped a finger along the course toward Okinawa, tracing the route with a ritualistic precision born of experience and inevitability. The officers took silent note, faces pale but determined, aware that commitment meant embracing the consequences, however fatal. Every man in the room understood that Yamato's mission was not a strategy of victory but a testament to honor and resolve. And as the council dispersed, a quiet fatalism hung in the room, lingering like smoke above polished wood and ink-stained maps. Below decks, engineers and sailors prepared the vessel with meticulous care, unaware of the full scope of deliberations above. Steel groaned under their weight, engines hummed in anticipation, and rivets shone under careful polish and touch. The scent of oil and hot metal mingled with salt air, a constant reminder of human labor and monumental responsibility. Gun turrets were tested, hydraulics checked, and ammunition counted with obsessive precision. Every movement a ritual of preparation. Officers paced quietly, consulting charts and recalculating timing, their footsteps echoing softly along corridors of steel. Small boats moved supplies from docks to hulls, men shouting over waves and wind, the ocean indifferent to human enterprise. The shadow of inevitability pressed upon all, from the officers in council chambers to the sailors securing the decks, a collective awareness of mortality and duty. Overhead, the fading light of day caught in the polished metal of the ship, shimmering like a silent warning. Each man worked in the knowledge that their vessel had become both a weapon and a sacrificial offering. And in the stillness between tasks, the ship seemed almost alive, her enormous form a living reminder of fate waiting patiently for the signal. Orders for departure were finalized with terse, deliberate clarity, each word carrying the weight of thousands of lives. Sailors repeated drills, boots echoing against steel, engines tested with careful calibration, and turrets trained on invisible enemies. The smell of smoke, gunpowder, and salt water clung to every man, embedding itself in uniform, hair, and skin. Officers walked briskly along decks, checking personnel, reinforcing morale, and enforcing precision with measured authority. In cabins and corridors, whispered prayers punctuated the hum of engines and creak of steel. The path to Okinawa, drawn with pencil and ink, now lay in cold, calculated certainty, a route from which there was no retreat. Each sailor understood the enormity of what awaited. The final voyage, a confrontation with destiny itself. The ocean beyond Kure harbor reflected the last light of day, calm and indifferent, hiding the danger that approached with inexorable certainty. Orders had become a sentence, rehearsals a prelude, and preparation a ritual of resolve, and as night fell, Yamato remained poised, colossal and silent, awaiting the fateful dawn of departure. The harbor grew quiet as moonlight reflected off steel, illuminating polished decks, taut ropes and gleaming turrets. Sailors rested in brief reprieve, muscles taut from labor, eyes wide with anticipation, faces shadowed with the understanding of mortality. Officers reviewed maps once more, plotting trajectories, fuel usage, and interception points with meticulous care, aware that error could be fatal. Smoke from distant fires mingled with the scent of lubricants, salt and sweat, carrying the weight of preparation across the decks. Every rivet, every bolt, every hatch bore witness to human effort, endurance, and meticulous ritual. The ocean lay vast and indifferent, reflecting the moonlight like cold silver, masking currents, waves, and hidden dangers. Engineers murmured to one another in low tones, adjusting hydraulics and gun mechanisms, ensuring readiness in the face of almost certain confrontation. Sailors whispered brief, reverent prayers, a private acknowledgement of fate beyond control or calculation. And from the bridge, Ita's gaze lingered on the horizon, steady but heavy, acknowledging that Yamato's voyage was no longer choice but inevitability. Each heartbeat aboard carried fatalism, the collective pulse of a fleet bound to destiny. Dawn approached with muted light, the ocean reflecting pale golden grey, calm yet deceptive in its permanence. Sailors stood at attention, uniforms damp with dew and sweat, faces etched with resolve and apprehension. Gun crews readied themselves, turrets creaking softly as hydraulics adjusted, ammunition poised for the mission ahead. Officers issued final commands, their tones measured, eyes scanning horizon and decks alike, aware of the irreversible commitment. Smoke from distant shorelines mixed with salt and oil, a tangible signature of preparation and peril. Engines thrummed beneath decks, a steady heartbeat echoing through steel corridors and massive hulls. The route to Okinawa, carefully marked and memorized, waited like an open sentence across the indifferent waves. Sailors whispered names of home, prayers, and fleeting hopes, voices almost drowned by the vibration of readiness. Yamato's immense form reflected dawn light, colossal and resolute, a floating cathedral of steel awaiting its sacrificial purpose. This was no strategy of victory, only an offering to destiny. Dawn broke over Kure harbor with a fragile pale light, glinting off Yamato's immense steel hull, casting long shadows across the decks. Sailors stirred quietly, the creak of wooden bunks and clatter of boots breaking the morning stillness. The smell of salt water mixed with sweat and oil, a tangible marker of human labor and apprehension. Men huddled over letters, pens scratching across thin paper, pouring words of love, apology and hope into envelopes they knew might never be delivered. Small photographs were tucked into uniforms, worn against chests, faces of mothers, wives and children pressed close to hearts. In the mess hall, breakfast was a muted ritual, clatter of utensils muted by conversation, voices forced into humor to disguise tension. Laughter rang hollow against the backdrop of the immense ship, a fragile curtain over unspoken fear. Officers moved among the men, observing silently, aware that smiles were both courage and camouflage. The ocean beyond lapped softly against the hull, indifferent, reflecting the first rays of sunlight across decks, bustling with anxious preparation. And in every corner of the ship, the awareness of impending sacrifice hung heavily, a silent, invisible weight pressing on shoulders, hearts, and hands. Bunks were strewn with clothes, personal items, and letters hurriedly folded and tucked into pockets, each object a testament to the lives suspended in anticipation of the day. Sailors polished boots and insignia with obsessive care, hands trembling slightly with excitement, fear, and ritualistic pride. The faint scent of tobacco and ink lingered in confined cabins, a private luxury against the magnitude of what awaited. Officers inspected uniforms, correcting collars, adjusting ties, masks of calm concealing concern for the men under their command. Outside, the hum of engines and the metallic vibration of the hull reminded everyone of the Leviathan beneath their feet. Voices carried in brief bursts of laughter, teasing, and story-sharing fragile shields against the looming certainty of death. Some men whispered short prayers under breath, eyes lowered, lips moving with invisible devotion. The scent of freshly brewed tea mingled with oil and salt, a fleeting comfort amid the harsh reality of preparation. Every movement was deliberate, mechanical, rehearsed, every glance a fleeting acknowledgement of fear and resolve. And on deck, Yamato's guns loomed, silent witnesses to the intimate rituals of a crew marching toward their fate. Mess hall tables were crowded with men exchanging small talk, slices of bread and tea, voices muted yet urgent, laughter sharp and brittle. Eyes flickered to windows, the harbour beyond glimmering with pale sunlight, the water calm yet deceptive. Some sailors scribbled short notes for friends and family, hands shaking slightly, envelopes folded and sealed with quiet care. The smell of oil and salt mingled with the faint aroma of cooked rice and miso, contrasting warmth and comfort with the cold reality outside. Officers passed through, observing without comment, aware that humor was a fragile armor for dread. Photographs slipped into pockets, tucked beneath shirts, held close with fingers curling around edges, a tactile reassurance of life beyond steel and gunfire. The hum of engines and creak of deck timbers punctuated conversations, a reminder of the immense vessel beneath them. Sailors whispered short goodbyes and inside jokes, voices low, gestures fleeting but weighted with meaning. Each bite of food was deliberate, conscious, a ritual of grounding amid the surreal expectation of finality. And as they rose to leave, men carried invisible burdens of hope, memory, and resignation, stepping lightly on decks that would soon become the stage for their ultimate test. Some gathered near the railings, watching the harbour, tracing distant islands with eyes heavy with reflection. The scent of seawater, salt and brine mingled with the tang of smoke from distant boilers, a persistent reminder of industrial power and human fragility. Hands gripped rails with deliberate force, knuckles white, as eyes lingered on the horizon, imagining family faces, homes, and laughter. Quiet murmurs passed between sailors, brief exchanges of reassurance and unspoken questions about what the day would demand. Small photographs pressed to chests, letters held tightly, each a tether to life beyond the looming mission. Officers moved along the rails, observing silently, offering nods or brief words, knowing no counsel could lessen the weight of inevitability. The deck vibrated softly beneath boots, the ship itself a living entity carrying thousands toward an uncertain fate. Sailors whispered prayers under breath, lips moving without sound, faces shadowed by dawn light and apprehension. Overhead, gulls wheeled, indifferent, their cries sharp against the rhythmic pulse of engines and waves, and Yamato, colossal and patient, cast a shadow over these intimate moments, a silent guardian of courage and mortal fragility alike. Below deck, engineers and gunners paused in fleeting reflection, hands tracing steel, eyes lingering on gauges, engines and machinery they knew would sustain life for hours and then become part of the sacrifice. The scent of oil, metal, and heated engines was thick, enveloping every movement in tactile gravity. Men exchanged quiet nods, brief touches of reassurance, gestures measured and fleeting, aware that each action might be their last. Letters were tucked into pockets of uniforms, hands lingering over names written with love and apology. The vibration of machinery underfoot created a steady pulse, a reminder of both the living vessel and the ticking inevitability of time. Officers moved silently, inspecting stations, confirming readiness, faces taut with a mixture of authority, sorrow, and empathy. Sailors whispered goodbyes to friends, exchanged mementos, and clutched small tokens, each a symbol of identity beyond uniform and duty. The hum of engines and creak of bulkheads punctuated whispered words, a mechanical counterpoint to human vulnerability. Every glance, every touch carried emotional weight, a tapestry of courage and despair. And in these intimate moments, Yamato was more than a battleship. She was a vessel of memory, human sacrifice, and impending destiny. On deck, sunlight glinted off polished rifles, brass fittings, and taut ropes, painting fleeting glimmers across faces shadowed with thought. Sailors adjusted straps, brushed hair, and straightened collars, movements meticulous, almost ceremonial in nature. The faint aroma of gunpowder and oil lingered beneath the scent of salt air and early morning dew. Men whispered jokes, laughter punctuating tension, fragile shields against the certainty of mortality. Officers moved among them with quiet gravity, observing, offering small nods of approval, aware that words were inadequate for what lay ahead. Letters, folded carefully, were tucked into pockets, envelopes bearing final messages of love and hope. Photographs pressed against chests warm under uniform became silent companions, tactile connections to life and home. The hum of engines beneath decks pulsed like a heartbeat, steady, inexorable, a reminder of movement toward destiny. Sailors shared brief touches, a hand on a shoulder, a nod of recognition, gestures heavy with camaraderie and understanding. And across the decks Yamato loomed, colossal and immovable, her presence amplifying both human fragility and the courage that defined their final morning. Mess halls emptied slowly, the clatter of trays and utensils echoing softly in empty spaces. A final punctuation of ordinary routines before extraordinary events. Sailors lingered briefly, glancing at companions, small smiles masking a tremor of fear, hands brushing over uniforms or equipment with deliberate care. The scent of rice, broth, and tea lingered faintly, mingling with salt and oil, a vestige of comfort amid tension. Officers lingered at the edges, observing, aware that humor and ritual were fragile bulwarks against despair. Letters were tucked in sleeves, names whispered quietly as they slid into pockets, faces pale under the morning sun. Photographs glimmered beneath fabric, pressed against hearts, and eyes reflected memory and resolve in equal measure. Small huddles of men shared whispered words, last jokes and fleeting reassurances, gestures loaded with gravity. The vibration of engines beneath decks continued, steady, insistent, an unspoken counterpoint to fragile human rhythms. Sailors paused near railings, eyes tracing the harbor, distant waves, imagining futures now suspended, and Yamato, colossal, patient and indifferent to human fragility, waited silently, a floating cathedral of sacrifice on the brink of history. The harbour shimmered in mid-morning light, waves reflecting steel and shadow, a stage set for the final voyage of men and vessel alike. Sailors took their stations, uniforms adjusted, rifles and gear aligned with care, each movement deliberate, every glance a quiet acknowledgement of mortality. Letters, photographs, and small tokens pressed to chests, tucked into pockets, held tight like prayers in flesh. Officers moved along decks, hands resting lightly on railings, eyes sweeping across men with quiet gravitas. Engines hummed low beneath decks, a steady, insistent pulse that resonated through hull, bulkhead, and bone alike. The scent of salt, oil, and sweat hung thick in the air, mingling with anticipation and unspoken sorrow. Small conversations ended in silence, laughter fading to thought, movement slowing as men absorbed the scale of their undertaking. Sailors whispered final words to friends and loved ones, hearts beating with courage and grief intertwined. And as Yamato prepared to cast off, colossal, resolute, and inexorably bound to destiny, a quiet truth settled over all. For many, this was not just a mission, it was a funeral march in uniform. At first light on April 6, 1945, Kure Harbour lay shrouded in pale mist, the horizon a soft gradient of grey and gold. Yamato's colossal hull emerged from the shadows of the dock, her steel bow cutting through the placid water with deliberate inevitability. Sailors lined the decks, faces etched with solemn resolve, eyes reflecting the faint glow of dawn, each movement precise yet heavy with anticipation. Villagers along the harbour watched silently from distant rooftops and hillsides, their expressions a mixture of awe, fear, and quiet despair. The scent of salt and oil hung thick in the air, mingling with the faint smoke of boilers and distant fires. Massive gun turrets loomed like sentinels, their barrels pointed skyward, gleaming in the muted sunlight. Destroyers flanked the battleship, their smaller forms vibrating against the rhythm of waves and the engine's steady hum. Crews whispered prayers and last thoughts to themselves, gripping railings as the ship shuddered gently beneath their feet. Each ripple along the harbour mirrored the tremor of human hearts aboard, a nervous cadence carried across steel and water. And as the ship inched forward, the first notes of departure echoed softly against buildings, a metallic hymn to inevitable fate. The wake of Yamato spread slowly, water breaking against her hull in a steady, hypnotic rhythm that mirrored the ship's immense, ponderous presence. Smoke rose from funnels in thick grey plumes, drifting across the harbour, intertwining with mist and the scent of brine. Sailors moved methodically, boots echoing softly on steel decks, hands adjusting ropes, checking turrets and confirming equipment with deliberate care. Officers traced the ship's departure along charts, eyes narrowing as the Leviathan cleared the piers, each movement observed with meticulous gravity. The morning sun glinted off polished metal, illuminating rivets, hatchways and massive gun barrels in stark detail. Destroyers moved in formation, their wakes smaller but precise, engines thrumming against the ocean's quiet tension. Small boats and tugboats trailed behind, fading into the haze, their crews waving silently at men whose journey promised no return. Children on distant hills clutched parents' hands, faces pale, eyes wide with the spectacle of the impossible scale before them. Sailors whispered brief encouragements to one another, voices low yet heavy with unspoken fear. And as the harbour shrank behind her, Yamato moved inexorably forward, a floating cathedral of steel and resolve. Seagulls wheeled overhead, their cries sharp against the low, steady hum of engines and the soft slap of waves along hulls. The reflection of dawn light shimmered across the steel, creating an almost surreal glow on turrets and deck, a contrast of beauty and menace. Sailors adjusted harnesses, checked ammunition, and reviewed orders in practiced ritual. The hum of activity, a fragile shield against mounting tension. The scent of heated metal, lubricants, and salt water mingled, dense and tactile, filling lungs with a reminder of both power and fragility. Officers monitored radio frequencies, listening for distant reports, their expressions taut with concentration and a quiet understanding of mortality. The water rippled with the Leviathan's passing, waves folding against steel, creating a slow, resonant vibration that ran through decks and bulkheads. Villagers along the shoreline whispered among themselves, some crossing themselves, others silent, faces etched with awe and apprehension. Sailors clutched letters and photographs tucked inside uniforms, their weight both physical and symbolic, pressing memory and love close to hearts. The ship moved steadily, every shudder of engines, every groan of steel, a pulse in the grand cadence of war. And Yamato, immense and deliberate, cast a long shadow across the harbour, a dark omen moving toward inevitability. The destroyers surrounding Yamato acted as both escort and barrier, their smaller frames a contrast to the overwhelming mass of the battleship. Waves lapped against their hulls, engines humming in unison, creating a rhythm of tension and determination that resonated across the formation. Sailors aboard the smaller vessels glanced toward the Leviathan, awe mingled with apprehension. The human scale dwarfed by the enormity of steel. Smoke curled from funnels, the acrid scent of fuel mingling with brine and sun-warmed metal, marking both movement and intent. Officers issued concise orders, voices carrying authority yet tempered by awareness of the stakes at hand. Sailors moved in practiced synchrony, ropes taut, eyes scanning horizon, every gesture deliberate, measured, and essential. The sun glinted off polished brass, illuminations flickering across, faces shadowed by the weight of anticipation. Children and elderly villagers watched silently from distant hills, waving faint gestures, their voices lost in the distance yet hearts attuned to the spectacle below. Sailors whispered last thoughts of home, names of loved ones, small prayers uttered softly beneath breath, and as the formation progressed, Yamato led, vast, unwavering, her wake slicing the calm water with a resolute inevitability that mirrored the hearts of her crew. The early morning air was heavy with salt, oil, and the faint tang of gunpowder from distant drills, a sensory symphony of war preparing to unfold. Sailors adjusted belts, harnesses, and helmets, movements precise, almost ceremonial, as if ritual could shield them from fate. Officers walked the decks, nodding quietly, observing discipline and acknowledging the fragile courage threading through the crew. Photographs pressed against chests, letters tucked in uniforms became tangible talismans of memory, a bridge to lives beyond steel and ocean. The massive guns loomed above, silent and powerful, their shadows stretching across decks like ancient guardians. Waves whispered against hulls, the subtle vibration a reminder of the ocean's indifference to human endeavor. Sailors exchanged quiet glances, brief nods, touches on shoulders, silent acknowledgement of shared dread and determination. Smoke rose in gentle spirals from funnels, mingling with morning mist and the faint scent of tar and metal. The hum of engines created a steady heartbeat beneath feet, a reminder of movement, momentum, and unyielding purpose. And as the harbour fell behind, Yamato pressed forward, colossal, silent, and unyielding, her presence both reassurance and portent. From the bridge, officers traced the coastline, eyes sweeping over hills, docks, and distant villages, aware that every glance captured fleeting normalcy. The pale sunlight reflected across polished steel, glinting off massive turrets, railings, and rigging in cinematic detail. Sailors moved with precision, every step, every gesture measured against anticipation, fear, and duty. The smell of salt, heated metal, and sweat was thick, mingling with the faint aroma of breakfast and ink from letters tucked away. Destroyers flanked Yamato, engines throbbing in unison, their wakes merging with that of the Leviathan, a mechanical symphony across the calm waters. Children waved from hilltops, adults whispered blessings, villagers frozen in awe and anxiety as steel and fate passed before them. Sailors pressed photographs and letters closer, gestures both intimate and defiant, small anchors against the immensity of what lay ahead. Officers adjusted course slightly, watching radar reports and preparing mentally for the ocean that lay between harbor and combat. The ship vibrated gently beneath the men's feet, a living entity moving with purpose and inevitability, and as Kure disappeared behind morning haze, Yamato surged forward, immense and deliberate, carrying thousands toward destiny. The sun climbed higher, casting long reflections across the water, silver and grey intertwining in shifting patterns. Sailors paused briefly to watch the horizon, eyes tracing distant waves, ships, and the faint line of distant islands, a final farewell to familiarity. Officers conferred quietly, hands hovering over maps, adjusting navigation instruments with careful, deliberate precision. The scent of brine, oil, and hot metal thickened, saturating clothing, hair, and skin, embedding preparation and tension into every breath. Waves rippled, carrying sound and reflection alike, while gulls wheeled overhead, indifferent observers of human ritual and courage. Sailors exchanged short words, nods, and brief touches, gestures heavy with unspoken understanding. Turrets and secondary guns gleamed, polished to perfection, standing ready to unleash enormous power if called upon. The vibration of engines thrummed steadily, a pulse beneath the immense hull, resonating through decks, bulkheads, and the hearts of men. Every movement carried double weight, the precision of practice and the consciousness of mortality. And as Yamato pressed on, colossal and inexorable, the harbor faded completely, leaving only open sea and inevitable purpose. By late morning, Kure harbor had shrunk to a line of distant buildings and trees, villagers watching silently from hillsides and rooftops, shadows long and quiet. Sailors stood at attention, hands gripping railings, eyes fixed forward, each breath measured, each heartbeat synchronized to the rhythm of the ship. Letters and photographs, small talismans of life and memory, pressed close to chests, reminders of home, love, and fragile humanity. Destroyers flanked the Leviathan, engines vibrating in unison, each bow cutting water with mechanical precision. Officers scanned the horizon, eyes alert to distant signals, aware that every mile carried them deeper into peril. The smell of salt, oil, and heated metal mingled with faint smoke, tangible proof of readiness and anticipation. Sailors whispered prayers, short and private, gestures fleeting yet loaded with emotional gravity. The ocean stretched wide, indifferent, waves reflecting pale sunlight and shadows, moving slowly beneath steel and fate. And as the enormous battleship carved her way forward, colossal and resolute, a quiet truth hung over all. The Leviathan moved once more, her wake carved across fading hope. Above the East China Sea, dawn light glimmered across restless waves. Thin wisps of cloud stretched across the horizon. American reconnaissance planes cut through the sky, engines humming with cold mechanical precision, the faint scent of fuel and oil trailing behind them. Pilots scanned the ocean below, eyes sharp, instruments buzzing with radar signals and plotted positions. From the cockpit, the vast expanse of blue seemed endless, yet the movements of a single colossal silhouette demanded attention. Yamato's immense steel form gleamed in the morning light, slicing through water, her wake a conspicuous trace of intent and vulnerability. Messages crackled across radio frequencies, concise, urgent, precise, each syllable weighted with the promise of engagement. Observers traced the route of the battleship, noting formation, speed, and escorting destroyers, recording every detail for carrier command. The smell of burnt metal, sweat, and gasoline clung to pilots, a sensory reminder of high-altitude exposure and tension. Instruments chimed intermittently, confirming location, altitude, and heading, each beep punctuating the quiet hum of engines. And as the reconnaissance plane banked, pilots understood the magnitude of the target, a Leviathan moving toward inevitable confrontation. Back on deck of the carriers, radar operators hunched over consoles, eyes straining against flickering screens, interpreting signals with disciplined urgency. The soft hum of machinery blended with the distant roar of engines, creating a mechanical rhythm of observation. Fingers flew across dials and switches, adjusting frequencies, filtering interference, and tracking the enormous vessel crossing open water. Admirals conferred quietly, leaning over charts illuminated by green glow, pointing to plotted courses and estimated interception points. Voices were calm, clipped, precise, each command designed for efficiency, not emotion. The smell of solder, grease, and heated metal filled the air, a tactile signature of vigilance and preparation. Communications crackled from the air, pilots relaying sightings, headings, and escort details, their tones measured, clipped, professional. The vast ocean below shimmered with light, masking danger in its placid waves, yet every radar ping revealed the inescapable truth. Nothing moved unnoticed. Operators adjusted calculations continuously, the hum of instruments a constant reminder of observation, anticipation, and lethality. And above all, a quiet resolve permeated the bridge, a cold, mechanical acknowledgement that the ocean offered no sanctuary in the age of the carrier. Scouts in the air banked sharply, the smell of oil and sweat clinging to leather flight gear, eyes narrowing against the sun's reflection on waves. Below, the Yamato and her escorts carved a path through calm seas, their immense wake visible from hundreds of feet above. Pilots scribbled notes, adjusted instruments, and radioed updates, each transmission carrying strategic weight across the Pacific. Admirals absorbed reports with quiet precision, mapping interception zones, calculating aircraft launch windows, and anticipating enemy maneuvers. The hum of engines mixed with the sharp crackle of radio, creating a symphony of mechanical vigilance and human observation. Clouds scattered thinly, sunlight glinting off wing edges, instruments and metal hulls, casting fleeting shadows across the restless water. Observers tracked destroyers, their smaller forms maneuvering tightly around the Leviathan, protecting but also exposing patterns. Radar screens flickered, blips converged into coherent formations, intelligence distilled into actionable insight. Each observation, each calculation, moved the carriers closer to engagement, reducing the vast ocean to a chessboard of strategy. And in the quiet efficiency of command there was no room for fear, only measured response and lethal anticipation. Messages continued to crackle across frequencies, pilots confirming positions, enemy formation and speed, voices clipped, professional, almost clinical. Smoke from engines drifted lazily across the cockpits, mingling with the faint scent of sweat and fuel, tangible proof of life at altitude and the intensity of observation. Admirals leaned closer to charts, tracing plotted courses with fingers, their expressions calm yet focused, anticipating movement and reaction with surgical precision. Radar screens flickered incessantly, each blip a piece of a puzzle, forming the outline of an enemy Leviathan and her escort. The hum of machinery vibrated beneath decks, a constant grounding pulse that underscored human vigilance against mechanical power. Pilots' hands moved in rhythmic precision across controls, adjusting course, altitude, and camera angles to capture every crucial detail. The ocean below seemed deceptively calm, reflective, masking the lethal calculus unfolding above and within instruments. Notes were jotted in leather-bound flight logs, codifying observation into intelligence, each mark a step toward inevitable engagement. Conversations were concise, often reduced to codes, numbers, and headings, a language of cold efficiency. And as the sun climbed higher, the American fleet positioned itself, poised, patient, and unyielding, eyes fixed on the giants slicing through open water. The East China Sea shimmered, a mosaic of shifting light and restless waves, reflecting both beauty and strategic peril. Pilots traced the battleship's course, adjustments made constantly to account for escort movements, currents, and speed. Cockpit gauges vibrated softly beneath hands, a reminder of human presence atop a sea of technology. Operators and observers worked in synchronized precision, translating observation into command, observation into action. The smell of burned fuel, warm metal, and salt water clung to air and skin, grounding the high-altitude tension with tangible reality. Onboard carriers, officers mapped potential interception zones, adjusting strategies with meticulous care, aware that every second counted. The hum of engines, punctuated by the soft crackle of communication lines, created a rhythm of anticipation that threaded through both air and sea. Pilots whispered last calculations into radios, voices steady, trained, stripped of emotion, but laden with deadly purpose. Shadows of distant clouds danced across the sea, mirroring the strategic chessboard of blips, wakes, and formations below. And as Yamato moved steadily toward Okinawa, the Americans watched, calculated, and waited, confident in the reach of observation and the inevitability of engagement. From high above, the Leviathan appeared both magnificent and vulnerable, her immense size dwarfing everything around, yet drawing every observer's focus with impossible clarity. Pilots adjusted positions, engines whining softly, scanning every turret, deck, and escorting destroyer with disciplined scrutiny. Reports flowed in rapid succession, each piece of data catalogued, analyzed, and relayed to awaiting admirals. Radar and visual reconnaissance converged, a technological net closing invisibly across the expanse of sea. The smell of altitude, engine exhaust, and sweat hung thick in cockpits, a physical manifestation of tension and alertness. Calculations on fuel, intercept speed, and attack vectors were debated and refined, the human mind interfacing with instruments and machines to reduce uncertainty. Sailors on Yamato remained unaware, moving within the Leviathan as if guided by ritual, a stark contrast to the silent, watchful observers above. Each movement of the fleet below was tracked, recorded, and anticipated, the ocean shrinking beneath the weight of observation. The mechanical hum, the crackle of radio, the vibration of engines, all became part of an invisible symphony of surveillance and preparation. And in the cold efficiency of American eyes, the vast Pacific was reduced to a stage, and Yamato, no longer unseen, had nowhere to hide. Scouts banked over the horizon, sunlight glinting off wings and instruments, reflections bouncing across cockpits and consoles alike. The battleship's wake trailed a visible signature across the water, a ribbon of inevitability marking her course toward destiny. Operators logged speed, heading, and formation. Every blip on the radar translated into actionable intelligence for carrier strike groups below. Pilots glanced at each other, eyes narrowing, fingers tapping instrument panels with ritual precision, muscles trained for alertness, anticipation, and action. Clouds drifted lazily, casting fleeting shadows across the waves, masking nothing from trained eyes above. The faint tang of exhaust, sweat, and altitude hung in air, a constant, almost invisible presence, threading tension into each breath. Admirals below refined calculations considering interception range, armament, and environmental factors with clinical, unwavering focus. Every moment was measured, deliberate, stripped of emotion, yet saturated with the knowledge of imminent confrontation. The ocean seemed vast, infinite, and yet every movement was tracked, every angle anticipated, every vulnerability accounted for. And as the sun reached mid-morning, the American gaze remained unyielding, eyes locked on Yamato, the hunter and the hunted in stark, inevitable juxtaposition. By midday, the Leviathan's presence was confirmed across multiple reconnaissance reports, her course, speed, and escort, detailed with cold, exacting precision. Pilots maintained high-altitude orbits, scanning, calculating, recording, their muscles tense, minds focused on observation and reporting. Radios crackled with terse, deliberate instructions, ensuring every carrier-based asset was informed, synchronized, and ready. The smell of smoke, fuel, and warm metal lingered, a sensory reminder of human endurance and mechanical purpose. Observers traced every wave, every reflection, every movement, a careful symphony of vigilance, anticipation, and strategy. Admirals consulted charts, updating vectors, calculating launch times, refining attack strategies, every decision deliberate, every adjustment critical. The ocean below stretched wide, vast, yet technology rendered every square mile transparent, every motion trackable, every intention decipherable. Pilots scribbled final notes, adjusting camera angles and instruments, codifying observation into intelligence with methodical rigor. The calm of the sea belied the lethal calculus above, attention suspended between movement and inevitability. And as Yamato pressed forward, colossal and exposed, a quiet truth resonated across the Pacific. The ocean was vast, but in the age of the carrier there was no place to hide. Yamato plowed steadily through the morning haze, her massive hull cutting a wide wake across the calm, pale blue sea. Engine rooms rumbled deep within her core, pistons and boilers vibrating in a symphony of controlled power, echoing through steel bulkheads and decks above. Sailors leaned against railings, eyes scanning distant horizons, fingers tracing invisible lines where clouds met water. The scent of hot metal, oil, and salt clung to every surface, saturating clothing, hair, and skin, a tactile reminder of movement and purpose. Officers huddled over maps and compasses, plotting course with meticulous care, aware that every decision bore weight far beyond navigation. Waves lapped softly against the hull, deceptively gentle against the colossal force of the Leviathan, their rhythm a fragile counterpoint to human anxiety. The sun rose higher, scattering light across polished turrets, brass fittings, and taut rigging, casting fleeting reflections across anxious faces. Conversations were few, voices low, whispers measured, carrying the invisible tension of men marching toward the unknown. Every shudder of machinery, every creak of steel, pulsed like a heartbeat beneath boots and fingertips. And as the ship steamed south, an unspoken dread settled across decks, palpable in the rhythm of breaths and motions alike. Below deck, engineers maintained a vigilant hum of activity, adjusting valves, monitoring pressure gauges, and checking boilers in methodical succession. The heat of engines mingled with sweat and the scent of lubricants, creating a suffocating, intimate atmosphere of mechanical life. Tools clanged softly, echoing against bulkheads, a rhythmic punctuation to the low, constant roar of pistons and turbines. Men moved in synchrony, every gesture precise, rehearsed over years of training and anticipation. The vibration beneath their feet was a steady, almost hypnotic reminder of the immense energy propelling the Leviathan forward. Officers occasionally descended to inspect, their presence calm but scrutinizing, ensuring readiness for the unknown. Outside, the sun reflected across gun barrels, polished brass gleaming, a silent promise of firepower against a yet unseen threat. Sailors leaned against deck rails intermittently, faces tense, eyes scanning sky and sea, reading every ripple, every shadow for hidden danger. Communication between stations crackled with efficiency, brief words of confirmation, observations and adjustments punctuating the mechanical symphony. And in these engine rooms deep below the observant decks, the pulse of Yamato carried every man closer to destiny, measured and inexorable. Above decks, men adjusted binoculars, scanning the horizon for signs of enemy activity, the faint shimmer of distant waves masking potential threats. The smell of salt and sun-warmed steel mixed with the faint tang of gunpowder lingering from recent drills. Officers consulted compasses and maps, tracing latitude and longitude with deliberate movements, their eyes narrowing with anticipation. Every ripple across the water, every subtle shift in light or cloud became a possible signal, each subtle cue amplified by tension and training. The massive guns loomed silently above, barrels casting long dark shadows across polished decks and taut ropes. Sailors exchanged brief nods, gestures of solidarity, small anchors of reassurance in a sea of uncertainty. Communication wires thrummed softly with signals from other sections of the ship, a hidden network of information and coordination. Clouds drifted lazily, yet their motion seemed deliberate, teasing and masking, casting fleeting shadows that sharpened nerves. The ocean stretched vast and indifferent, beautiful yet threatening, reflecting both sky and anticipation in equal measure. And as Yamato moved southward, her presence alone seemed to announce inevitability, a mechanical and human tension threading every deck, bulkhead and eye on lookout. The destroyers accompanying Yamato maintained a tight formation, engines humming, wakes merging with the Leviathans in precise choreography. Sailors aboard the smaller ships glanced occasionally at the battleship, awe mingled with anxiety, the enormity of steel dwarfing human scale. The smell of exhaust and salt water clung to the air, sharp, bracing, a tangible signal of movement and proximity. Officers adjusted speed and positioning, noting currents, wind and horizon angles, aware that every mile carried them deeper into a perilous course. Waves lapped and foamed against hulls, soft and continuous, a deceptive contrast to the lethality brimming in every ton of steel and man aboard. Communication crackled intermittently, concise updates threading through radios like invisible lines of command and observation. Sailors tightened belts, adjusted harnesses, checked weaponry, every motion measured, precise, a ritual against uncertainty. The hum of engines and vibration of hulls created a pulse beneath feet and hands, a subtle yet constant drumbeat threading tension through minds and bodies alike. Overhead, gulls wheeled lazily, their cries stark against the mechanical rhythm of man and machine, and as the formation advanced, the calm of the sea belied the storm approaching, an uneasy stillness, heavy with anticipation. In the bridge, officers scanned charts with unblinking focus, hands tracing possible courses, contingencies, and escape angles. The scent of heated metal and paper mingled with salt, a tactile reminder of the human effort guiding steel across an unforgiving ocean. Sailors moved along the deck silently, boots echoing softly, hands resting lightly on railings, eyes absorbing horizon, waves, and sky. The Leviathan's guns cast long, dark shadows across the deck, silent titans awaiting orders, their presence as much psychological as physical. Steam hissed from funnels intermittently, mingling with mist, sunlight reflecting in prismatic fragments across steel surfaces. Communication wires thrummed softly, carrying messages, confirmations and adjustments, weaving a hidden network of human and mechanical coordination. Small gestures adjusted binoculars, a tightened grip on railing, a whispered word, threaded subtle tension through the human element of the crew. Clouds drifted, casting alternating patterns of light and shadow, a cinematic rhythm reinforcing awareness, readiness, and vulnerability. The horizon remained empty, yet every man aboard felt the invisible presence of watchers, sensors, and the unseen enemy. And as the ship surged steadily southward, tension thickened like smoke, tangible in every breath, glance, and heartbeat aboard the massive vessel. Below decks, maintenance crews moved swiftly, lubricating moving parts, inspecting turbines, and adjusting pressure valves, all synchronized to the pulse of engines. The scent of heated metal, oil, and sweat thickened, an invisible marker of human endurance intertwined with mechanical power. Instruments hummed and gauges ticked, each number recorded, each movement precise, every adjustment an act of preparation against forces beyond immediate control. Sailors exchanged brief nods, gestures small but loaded with meaning, tacit acknowledgement of the journey's danger. The vibration of machinery resonated through steel bulkheads, felt in bones and flesh, an almost hypnotic rhythm that underscored both power and fragility. Engineers monitored every gauge, every pressure reading, aware that even minor error could cascade into disaster. Heat radiated from boilers, mingling with the scent of oil and sweat, saturating the confined space, creating an intimate environment of effort and tension. Above, decks appeared calm, men moving rhythmically against the backdrop of ocean and sky, unaware of the symphony of life humming beneath their feet. Communication between engine rooms and bridge carried confirmation, directives, and adjustments, weaving a precise network of readiness. And through the labyrinthine corridors and hulking machinery, Yamato moved south, a vessel of steel, human endurance, and looming destiny. On deck, sailors scanned skies and distant waves, adjusting binoculars, whispering brief observations, gestures measured, eyes alert. Sunlight reflected across polished gun barrels and taut rigging, painting fleeting illusions across faces tense with anticipation. Officers consulted maps and compasses with calm, meticulous attention, aware that course, speed, and timing would dictate the unfolding encounter. The scent of salt, sweat, and oil saturated the air, interwoven with faint traces of smoke and heated metal, tangible reminders of preparation and urgency. Destroyers flanked the Leviathan, engines synchronized in steady rhythm, their wakes merging in precise choreography with Yamato's colossal passage. Small movements, a nod, a hand adjusting gear, a glance across deck, became loaded gestures of communication, reassurance, and silent understanding. Clouds drifted thinly, sun casting shifting shadows, reflections dancing across restless water. The hum of engines beneath the deck, the subtle vibration of steel, created a steady heartbeat, threading tension through all aboard. Sailors whispered prayers, brief and quiet, words lost to wind yet heavy in intention. And as the hours passed, Yamato forged steadily onward, immense and unyielding, anticipation coiling like invisible steel across deck and mind. By late afternoon, the sea stretched endlessly, blue and placid, yet charged with the quiet tension of pending confrontation. Officers traced plotted courses repeatedly, adjustments made with quiet precision, every decision a small bulwark against inevitability. Sailors pressed photographs and letters close, tangible talismans of life and memory, fragile anchors in a vessel of steel and fate. Engines hummed, vibrating through decks, bulkheads and boots, a constant, insistent heartbeat beneath the human consciousness of the crew. Waves lap gently, deceptive in their calm, reflecting sunlight across polished surfaces, gleaming turrets and taut rigging. Destroyers maintained formation, their presence both reassurance and reminder of vulnerability. Moving with careful synchronization, communication crackled intermittently, brief reports confirming heading, speed and watch rotations, a disciplined counterpoint to the immensity of the ocean. The scent of salt, oil, and heated metal thickened, saturating air and mind with tangible gravity. Sailors adjusted binoculars, scanned horizons, and whispered short prayers, tension coiling in every movement, glance, and breath. And as Yamato steamed southward, colossal and inexorable, the quiet truth settled over all. Every hour brought them closer to fate, and closer to the enemy that already knew their path. The sky erupted in a sudden blinding flash, clouds shredded by the concussive roar of bombs detonating nearby, each explosion a jagged punctuation across the horizon. Sailors clutched railings and bulkheads, faces slick with sweat, eyes wide with disbelief, hearts hammering against ribs. Steel groaned under the relentless pounding of ordnance, vibrations crawling through decks and bulkheads like living fingers. Smoke and fire curled upward, a choking column that coated lungs with the bitter tang of burning metal and fuel. Torpedoes streaked beneath the surface, invisible and deadly, cutting trails of disturbance across the dark, restless water. Gunners fired with mechanical precision, eyes squinting through haze, fingers tightening around triggers in a desperate, rehearsed choreography. The scent of burnt cordite mingled with salt and sweat, saturating the air, sharp and intrusive. Flames licked across upper decks, consuming canvas, ropes, and the occasional human silhouette caught in their hungry advance. Above, the first wave of American planes dove through sun-sliced clouds, wings slicing light, engines screaming a deathly hymn. And as the chaos enveloped the Leviathan, every man felt the bitter truth. This was no longer battle, it was survival against inevitability. The main guns thundered in response, belching smoke and fire, recoil shaking the deck beneath boots and knees. Sailors yelped as shrapnel ricocheted, hot metal slicing through air, punctuating the acrid haze of smoke and cordite. Flames engulfed sections of deck, fire spreading with terrifying speed, painting faces and steel in orange and black. Explosions ripped through nearby destroyers, hurling debris and water skyward, cascading across Yamato's hull in vibrating shock waves. The smell of burning paint, metal, and seared human flesh mingled with the tang of salt water, each inhale a visceral reminder of mortality. Torpedoes struck the sides of the ship, sending shuddering impacts through bulkheads, steel groaning under impossible strain. Officers barked terse commands through smoke-choked voices, directing crews toward gunners' stations, firefighting lines, and wounded men. Below, engineering crews fought to maintain pressure, temperature, and propulsion, their faces slick with oil, sweat, and soot. The sea, once calm, erupted with columns of spray reflecting fire and smoke like a fractured mirror of chaos. And amid this unrelenting violence, Yamato moved forward, colossal, imperiled and unwilling to surrender even as her hull bled beneath the onslaught. Explosions tore at turrets and decks, displacing men, equipment, and the very air they breathed in a violent dance of destruction. Fire roared up superstructures, consuming wood, steel, and canvas, leaving smoke so thick that gunners fired blindly, guided only by instinct and training. Screams rose and fell, some swallowed by the roar of engines, others pierced the acrid haze, desperate and human. Torpedoes traced invisible paths beneath the ship, exploding against reinforced steel or disappearing silently into depths. each strike a gamble of fate. Sailors threw themselves to deck, rolling against splintering wood, twisted metal, and spray from shrapnel-laden waves. The smell of burned fuel, gunpowder, and salt water overwhelmed senses, each breath a struggle, each moment a test of endurance. Amid the chaos, officers coordinated makeshift fire teams, directing men with a calm rigor that belied the inferno surrounding them. Smoke curled through ladders and hatchways, choking, blinding, yet also cloaking fleeting glimpses of bravery, improvisation, and survival. Above, dive bombers wheeled and banked, engines screaming, wings slicing sunlight into jagged shards across flaming decks. And as Yamato shuddered, flames licking her hull, every man confronted the fragility of human presence against the relentless violence of war. Flames raced along cables and gun mounts, hissing and sparking, sending showers of molten metal across the deck. Sailors lunged for hoses, buckets, and anything to smother the fire, hands blistered, faces blackened with smoke and soot. Explosions below decks shook machinery, sending engineers sprawling, tools clanging to the ground, and belts snapping under vibration. The smell of burning insulation, scorched paint, and human sweat saturated confined spaces, an almost tangible reminder of the impossibility of escape. Torpedoes struck again, hull trembling, steel shivering as the ocean rose and fell around the immense vessel. Guns continued to fire automatically, shells exploding into clouds of water and smoke, desperate attempts to disrupt attacking aircraft. Officers shouted directions, their voices barely audible over the roar, each syllable laden with urgency and authority. Sailors on deck dodged debris, flames, and falling rigging, movements instinctive, trained yet propelled by raw survival. Smoke and sunlight mingled, painting surreal, almost dreamlike patterns across the decks, a haunting contrast to reality's brutality. And in every eye, every posture, every breath, there was acknowledgement. Yamato fought, but the storm of fire would not be denied. Anti-aircraft guns belched flame and smoke, tracking dive bombers with mechanical persistence. Bullets stitching arcs through the sky. Pilots screamed past, engines roaring, wings tipped with fire trails, their descent precise, terrifying, and merciless. Sailors ducked under rails, rolled behind bulkheads, or flung themselves prone against decks, bodies instinctively seeking survival. Explosions tore through superstructure, hurling splintered wood and steel, sending showers of debris into the air and into screaming men below. The scent of burnt cordite, singed hair, and salt water clung to lungs, overpowering reason and coating minds with panic. Officers coordinated fire teams, directing gunners, hose crews, and stretcher bearers with terse, unyielding commands. Torpedoes continued to strike, some glancing off armor, others tearing into the hull with sickening force, sending water and steel skyward. Smoke thickened to a black, suffocating curtain, visibility reduced to a few feet in every direction, chaos magnified by heat and sound. Above, the sky churned with attackers, each maneuver precise, calculated and deadly, an orchestration of aerial dominance. And beneath the firestorm, Yamato endured, colossal, imperiled, her decks and men caught in a relentless ballet of destruction. Sailors flung themselves into action, fighting fires, aiding the wounded, and manning guns in a seamless, horrifying rotation of survival. The smell of burning fuel, hair, and scorched metal became omnipresent, embedding itself into every fiber of clothing, skin, and hair. Explosions reverberated through decks, shaking hatches, splintering timbers, and buckling railings, each blast an indiscriminate hand of fate. Torpedoes streaked beneath waves, bubbles marking unseen paths, impacting with thunderous force, water spraying men and steel alike. Officers coordinated every response with disciplined urgency, aware that every delay could spell catastrophe. Above, aircraft dived, twisted and climbed, engine screams mixing with anti-aircraft fire, a chaotic symphony of survival and destruction. Sailors moved instinctively, eyes wide, bodies tense, adrenaline coiling in every muscle, nerves stretched to breaking. Smoke and flames obscured vision, yet gunners fired on instinct, trained reflexes and desperate will guiding action. The ocean churned violently, columns of water erupting from impacts, reflecting fire and debris like fractured mirrors, and as Yamato reeled under the storm, every man knew they were caught, not just in battle, but in the raw inevitability of destruction. Heat waves shimmered across steel decks, distorting vision, masking incoming threats, and amplifying every movement into a hallucination of danger. Sailors shouted over the roar of engines, guns, and explosions, each word critical, brief, and charged with life-or-death consequence. Smoke choked gunners, burned lungs and stung eyes, yet every man maintained position, firing, pumping hoses, or carrying the wounded through chaos. Explosions sheared through deck plates, hurling men and debris, the sound a deafening hammer against mines and eardrums. Torpedoes tore holes below waterline, flooding compartments, steel shivering, the vessel groaning under assaults both visible and hidden. Officers barked commands from smoke-stained bridges, balancing survival, counterattack, and coordination with calm precision amid madness. Pilots wheeled through burning skies, dropping payloads with lethal accuracy, their shadows passing like harbingers across the decks below. Every creak, every shudder of steel, every hiss of fire became part of a living rhythm of combat, a deadly choreography of chaos. The smell of salt water, gunpowder, and burned materials lingered thick, saturating all consciousness with immediacy and danger, and as fire, smoke, and water converged, Yamato and her crew faced a relentless, overwhelming storm from which there was no reprieve. By late afternoon, flames raced across superstructure, smoke cloaking guns, decks, and terrified faces in a blackened shroud. Torpedoes slammed into the hull repeatedly, sending steel and water spiraling skyward in glittering lethal arcs. Gunners fired until hands blistered, eyes stung, and lungs burned with smoke, each moment a testament to training and resolve. Officers coordinated survival and fire suppression, shouting commands through deafening noise, their voices cutting through chaos like steel. Sailors moved instinctively, carrying water, ammunition, and injured comrades, a network of humanity threaded through destruction. Explosions threw men and debris across decks, some landing prone, others thrown overboard into churning seas. Smoke and fire combined with sun-split clouds to create a surreal, nightmarish panorama, painting war as both terrible and breathtaking. The ocean, once serene, boiled with the force of torpedoes, water columns reflecting burning steel and human determination alike. Every heartbeat, every breath, every movement was measured against the relentless, indiscriminate assault of enemy air power. And as Yamato groaned under the storm, a single, unbroken truth remained. Steel screamed, fire roared, and men fought not the enemy, but inevitability. Destroyers flanked Yamato, their smaller frames cutting through waves with urgency, smoke curling from funnels and exhausts as they braced for the oncoming storm. Sailors leaned against railings, binoculars fixed on the horizon, watching the first specks of American planes swell into swarming clouds of menace. Explosions rippled across the water ahead, throwing spray skyward in glittering arcs, the ocean shivering beneath each detonation. Metal groaned, wood splintered, and the acrid smell of burnt cordite mixed with salt and sweat, saturating every sense. Captains refused to alter course, their resolve anchored in loyalty and doctrine, eyes locked on Yamato, their charges, and the invisible enemy above. Torpedoes streaked beneath, slicing through swells, each one a silent hand of death, aimed at vulnerable steel and human flesh. Smoke trailed from anti-aircraft fire, ribbons of black weaving between attacking aircraft, a desperate shield of fire and lead. Below decks, engineers monitored pressure and propulsion, hands trembling from fatigue, yet driven by discipline and survival instinct. Sailors shouted over the roar of engines and explosions, coordinating maneuvers, reloading guns, and tending the wounded with grim determination. And in every movement, every glance, every command, the essence of tragic valor became unmistakably clear. These escorts would not falter, even as the storm of steel closed in. Explosions tore through a destroyer's stern, a flash of orange and smoke blotting sky and water, tossing men like ragdolls across decks. Flames engulfed superstructures, hissing and consuming, reflecting in the eyes of survivors, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. Sailors lunged for hoses and life jackets, some flung overboard by the blast, clinging desperately to ropes and floating debris. Metal twisted and buckled, rivets shearing under sudden stress, wood splintering under shockwaves, every sound amplified in deafening clarity. Anti-aircraft gunners fired relentlessly, tracing arcs of flaming tracer across diving planes, their hands blistered and eyes raw from smoke. The smell of burning fuel, metal, and human sweat thickened, a suffocating shroud that clung to lungs and minds. Officers barked terse orders coordinating fire suppression, medical triage, and evasive maneuvers with practiced precision. Waves rose around the damaged vessel, hissing and foaming where torpedoes struck, the ocean itself participating in the destruction. Above, dive bombers screamed, engines shrieking, wings tipping sunlight into jagged, lethal reflections, and as the ship groaned and sank beneath the relentless assault, Yamato's smaller companions vanished one by one, steadfast until the final moment. Another destroyer engaged, racing toward incoming aircraft, guns blazing, engines straining under full throttle, wake foaming behind. The crew moved with precision, a choreographed response to chaos, each man acutely aware of the fragile steel beneath feet. Smoke and tracer rounds interwove, painting surreal patterns across decks slick with water, fuel, and sweat. Explosions erupted nearby, flinging men across decks and into the briny sea, their screams swallowed by the roar of engines and artillery. Torpedoes tore beneath the hull, twisting steel, buckling bulkheads, each impact a calculated cruelty of the ocean. Officers directed fire teams, shouting through smoke and noise, gestures sharp and deliberate, each syllable a life-or-death command. Sailors passed buckets of water, ammunition, and injured comrades with rhythm born of training and desperation. Flames danced across splintered deckboards, climbing rigging, threatening every man who dared remain on open decks. The smell of cordite, burnt wood, and sweat combined, thickening air and amplifying the sense of imminent doom. And as the destroyer's bow lifted with the force of an internal explosion, the vessel was claimed by the sea, its sacrifice a grim testament to unwavering loyalty. Smoke and fire now painted the horizon black and orange, silhouettes of destroyers wobbling and faltering beneath relentless aerial assault. Sailors on Yamato watched, some frozen in shock, others straining to adjust anti-aircraft fire to protect the sinking companions. Explosions ripped across hulls, splintering wood and steel, tossing men into the sea, waves surging to swallow the fallen. Officers barked terse commands, attempting coordination across vessels now separated by chaos, distance, and smoke. The smell of cordite, burnt fuel, and seawater merged into an almost tangible weight pressing down on lungs. Torpedoes streaked under waves, sending water columns skyward, each strike a reminder of vulnerability despite training and courage. Gunners fired relentlessly, tracer streaking skyward, wings of aircraft slicing light and smoke in jagged patterns. Sailors leaned over rails, peering through haze, eyes wide with fear and awe at the magnitude of destruction. Waves rose and crashed against the fragile vessels, white foam contrasting with black smoke and fire, a living canvas of chaos. And as each destroyer succumbed, the ocean seemed to claim them with indifferent finality, their loyalty unwavering until the last heartbeat. The next escort moved forward, guns blazing, cutting arcs of fire through clouds and sky, a beacon of defiance amid the inferno. Explosions erupted nearby, sending men sprawling across deck, limbs striking steel, wood and equipment with jarring violence. Smoke thickened, coiling through rigging and ladders, stinging eyes, choking lungs and masking enemy movements with a chaotic curtain. Torpedoes struck beneath hulls, water spraying skyward, steel shuddering with every violent impact. Officers coordinated fire teams with terse commands, shouting over engines, explosions and the roar of wind and waves. Sailors carried ammunition, water, and injured comrades, each movement a testament to training, endurance and unspoken courage. The smell of burnt metal, cordite and human sweat hung thick, saturating every inch of deck and mind. Explosions from other vessels echoed, waves shaking decks, spraying brine and debris across faces and uniforms. Pilots screamed past, their engines a high-pitched wail cutting through the smoky haze, descending and banking with lethal precision. And as the escort finally succumbed, its crew flung themselves overboard or were swallowed by the ocean, leaving behind only smoke and memory. Another destroyer surged forward, wake foaming white, engines screaming, guns tracking swarms of aircraft descending like predators. Sailors on Yamato held tense vigil, watching arcs of tracer fire weave across burning skies, each streak a thread of human resolve. Explosions tore through decks, sending shards of steel and wood spinning through the air, some finding bodies in their wake. Officers shouted orders, coordinating evasive maneuvers, fire suppression, and anti-aircraft response with relentless precision. Smoke curled from ruptured funnels and torn metal, stinging eyes, coating lungs, and saturating clothing. Waves rose violently around the vessel, columns of water leaping into air. With each torpedo strike, the ocean itself an unyielding participant. Gunners fired continuously, hands blistered, eyes raw, fingers numb, yet every man persisted, driven by discipline, loyalty, and desperation. Flames spread across decks, consuming rigging and superstructures, adding surreal illumination to the catastrophic scene. The smell of salt, burned fuel, and metal saturated every breath, creating a tangible reminder of danger and mortality. And as the escort was finally consumed beneath waves, Yamato's smaller companions vanished, their sacrifice etched into the ocean's memory. Smoke and fire rose in dense, undulating clouds, the horizon now a surreal painting of black, orange, and silver reflections. Sailors scanned the skies and water, eyes darting between aircraft, explosions, and sinking vessels, tension coiling through every muscle. Explosions ripped decks apart, flames consuming everything not made of steel, while gunners fired with precision born of training and instinct. Torpedoes tore through hulls, displacing water in massive surges, shaking decks and threatening capsizes. Officers coordinated fire suppression, first aid, and anti-aircraft defense with calm authority, each command precise despite chaos. The smell of burnt cordite, metal, and sweat thickened, clinging to lungs, eyes, and minds like a tangible weight. Waves surged and splashed across open decks, carrying debris, seawater, and fleeting echoes of men flung overboard. Pilots screamed past in coordinated dives, engines shrieking, bombs trailing like fiery fangs. Every motion, every breath, every glance was loaded with urgency, survival, and unspoken reverence. And as the final escorts vanished, swallowed by fire and waves, their courage remained, a silent hymn beneath the roar of the storm. By twilight, the sea had claimed the last of the destroyers, black smoke and fiery plumes marking the positions where men had fought and fallen. Yamato's crew looked on, hearts heavy with awe, grief, and the unrelenting weight of impending doom. Flashes of fire reflected in the water, broken only by columns of spray where torpedoes had found steel and soul alike. Officers continued to issue commands, keeping the remaining crew coordinated, disciplined and alive for however long fate allowed. Sailors whispered prayers, clutched letters and tightened grips on guns, each act a fragile assertion of life amid overwhelming destruction. Smoke, fire, and salt-laden wind combined to create an almost tactile haze of chaos, obscuring vision yet sharpening awareness. The horizon glimmered with the last traces of sunlight, fractured by smoke, fire, and debris, a surreal, somber backdrop to loss and courage. Waves lapped against steel hulls, indifferent, swallowing debris and memories with quiet finality. And as Yamato forged onward, the ocean whispered the solemn truth of loyalty, sacrifice, and valor. One by one they vanished beneath the waves, loyal to the end. Torpedoes struck in brutal succession, flooding compartments with icy seawater that hissed as it collided with hot machinery and electrical panels. The hull shuddered violently, steel groaning, decks vibrating beneath boots and knees as men scrambled to assess damage and contain chaos. Officers barked terse orders, voices hoarse, each syllable carrying authority and desperation, directing crew to pumps, watertight doors, and the wounded. Sailors clutched railings, faces pale, eyes wide with fear and disbelief, heartbeats hammering like artillery in their chests. Smoke and steam mingled with the acrid scent of burning fuel and metal, saturating air and lungs alike. The ship listed sharply to port, water cascading through breached bulkheads, swamping equipment and drowning voices in a rising chorus of panic. Torpedoes continued to strike, unseen yet devastating, waves of ocean hammering against a vessel built to withstand any force but this. On deck, men whispered prayers, clutching letters and photographs, small tokens of life beyond steel and war. Engines groaned and sputtered as water invaded boiler rooms, steam hissing through warped vents, sending clouds across trembling decks. And as Yamato leaned into the sea, colossal and imperiled, every man understood that her final hour had arrived. The anti-aircraft guns fell silent one by one. Crew abandoned stations as water poured into magazines, metal swelling and warping under pressure. Officers directed last efforts, guiding sailors to life rafts, escape hatches, and the few remaining lifeboats. Their faces masks of resolve against inevitable doom. The smell of seawater, burnt cordite, and oil clung to uniforms and skin, saturating every breath with tangible peril. Explosions continued around the vessel, though now distant, like echoes marking the relentless assault of a patient and indifferent enemy. Waves slapped violently against the hull, carrying debris and injured men toward Yamato's listing side, the ocean swallowing the remnants of battle with indifferent grace. Sailors prayed quietly, hands clasped, voices barely audible over creaking steel and rushing water, seeking solace in rituals small and human. Machinery groaned, boilers hissed, and electrical systems faltered, casting flickering shadows across terrified faces. Officers ordered final transmissions, desperate attempts to communicate with the world beyond the chaos. Their voices raw with urgency. The list grew. decks tilting alarmingly, water pouring from open hatches and shattered bulkheads threatening to claim even those still clinging. And as the colossal ship leaned further into the sea, it seemed the very air trembled, anticipating her demise. Men on deck slid across the sloping surfaces, boots scraping and hands grasping for anything solid, bodies battered by swaying steel and waves that surged through shattered rails. Fires still licked at exposed superstructure, hissing and spitting molten fragments onto soaking decks, painting the water and men in surreal orange light. Officers continued to give orders, directing those capable to lifeboats and hatches, while carrying the wounded where possible, a fragile thread of discipline in collapsing chaos. The smell of burning fuel, metal, and human sweat mingled with seawater, thick and suffocating, pressing against lungs and mind. Torpedoes struck beneath, causing violent shudders and throwing men into twisted steel and each other. Waves cascading over decks in sudden crashing sheets, smoke obscured vision, swirling with mist, salt, and flame, creating fleeting glimpses of heroism, terror, and human frailty. Sailors clung to rigging, ladders, and each other, faces etched with resolve, fear, and disbelief, bracing for the inevitable. Explosions in distant destroyers echoed across the water, reminding men of the storm that had preceded this final act. Every heartbeat, every breath, every movement became an exercise in survival, instinct, and ritual, and as the ship heaved and shivered, it was impossible to deny the looming, inescapable end. Water surged into the lower compartments, swallowing machinery, twisting metal, and sending electrical sparks hissing into flooded corridors. Sailors in engineering spaces struggled to keep pumps functional, hands slick with oil, sweat, and seawater. Yet each attempt was a race against inevitability. Officers descended through smoke-choked ladders, directing crew with terse, unyielding commands, their voices slicing through the roar of wind, waves, and flooding steel. Flames crept along exposed decks, rigging and cables, hissing, spitting, and igniting anything not soaked in water. Explosions rocked the vessel, pitching men and debris across trembling decks. Some tossed into the sea in desperate arcs. The smell of salt, fire, and cordite combined into a choking, almost tangible blanket of impending doom. Sailors whispered last messages, prayers, and farewells, clutching small tokens of life beyond war, photographs pressed to chests, letters folded into palms. Waves splashed violently against the hull, sometimes carrying debris, sometimes swallowing the cries of the wounded. Torpedoes had torn critical hulls, forcing a final, irreversible list as water poured unchecked, flooding compartments and lifting the colossal vessel precariously. And as Yamato lurched to port, the ocean seemed to embrace her slowly, inexorably, preparing to claim its prize. The superstructure groaned under the strain of waterlogged decks, twisted metal, and the relentless pull of gravity as the ship continued her fatal tilt. Sailors clung desperately to handrails, hatches, and each other, bodies straining against the list, boots skidding across wet steel. Officers shouted commands, directing remaining crew toward the safest points of egress, their authority a fragile thread of order in collapsing chaos. Smoke and steam hissed from ruptured vents, mingling with fire, salt, and the scent of cordite in a pungent, choking mixture. Explosions beneath deck echoed through the hull, shivering steel and twisting compartments as men were thrown into the water or across decks. Flames licked at rigging and cables, reflecting in seawater pools on tilted surfaces, creating a surreal, hellish mirror. Waves crashed relentlessly, surging over decks and carrying debris and men toward the open sea, indifferent to courage or survival. Sailors whispered prayers, offered final farewells, and clutched loved ones' photographs. human acts small but defiant against the colossal inevitability. Torpedoes continued their silent hunt beneath the waves, displacing water and steel in sudden violent surges, and as the massive ship groaned and tilted further, every breath, every movement, every heartbeat felt like a borrowed moment in her final descent. The bridge tilted sharply, instruments sliding and clanging, officers struggling to maintain balance and control amid the chaos. Sailors abandoned their stations, some diving toward open hatches, others clinging to anything that might float or hold against the slanted decks. Flames and smoke painted the scene in surreal hues of orange and black, reflecting in the water cascading across the ship's surfaces. Explosions tore through aft compartments, hurling debris skyward, each impact a reminder of the relentless punishment inflicted by torpedoes and bombs. Officers barked final orders, guiding remaining crew to lifeboats, hatches, and the few remaining safe points, their voices raw but precise. The smell of seawater, fire, and metal hung heavy, suffocating, a tangible testament to imminent destruction. Waves sloshed across tilted decks, carrying the bodies of the fallen and soaking survivors in icy salt water. Torpedoes struck again, rolling the vessel further, steel groaning, bulkheads warping, and machinery failing. Sailors clutched letters, small charms and photographs, desperate anchors in a world spinning toward oblivion. And as the Leviathan tilted beyond recovery, the air itself seemed to mourn, dense with smoke, salt, and the weight of loss. The hull groaned as water poured into every breach, twisting steel and collapsing internal compartments with the sound of grinding death. Sailors held tight to railings, ladders, and each other, faces pale and eyes wide, hearts pounding against the inevitability of fate. Flames hissed and flared across decks, spitting molten metal and fire into air, thick with smoke and steam. Officers continued to give commands, guiding what remained of the crew to hatches, life rafts, and floating debris. Explosions rocked the vessel, shuddering hull and decks, tossing men into water and steel alike, every vibration a pulse of destruction. Smoke and salt-laden wind swept across deck, stinging eyes, coating lungs, and saturating uniforms, a suffocating veil of mortality. Torpedoes tore beneath the ship, columns of water erupting, tossing debris and bodies into the sea in violent arcs. Sailors whispered prayers and farewells, clutching photographs and letters, each small act a fragile defiance against overwhelming power. The ocean roared and surged, indifferent, carrying waves of destruction against the already broken Leviathan. And as the hull heaved and tilted ever further, Yamato teetered on the brink of final submersion, a monument to impermanence. At last, the massive ship rolled violently, her list now beyond salvage, decks disappearing beneath icy waves, funnels slicing water as superstructure toppled. Sailors clung to debris, limbs flailing, eyes wide with terror and awe, faces pale against the smoky, fiery backdrop. Water cascaded through every breach, filling compartments, twisting steel and silencing machinery once thundering with power. Flames danced across exposed surfaces, reflecting in the water in a final, surreal illumination of war and mortality. Officers gave last commands, guiding survivors toward floating wreckage, their voices carrying over roaring engines, water, and collapsing steel. Explosions beneath the waterline shook the vessel, sending columns of spray and debris skyward in violent testimony to the violence endured. Sailors whispered final prayers, letters clutched to chests, photographs pressed to eyes, human fragments amid colossal metal and chaos. The ocean consumed the Leviathan slowly, inexorably, water surging into her massive hull, swallowing decks, guns, and lives alike. Smoke, fire, and salt-laden wind swirled in chaotic harmony, a final requiem of destruction and awe. and as Yamato toppled fully, the narrative of pride, sacrifice, and inevitability concluded. The pride of an empire turned on her side, swallowed by the sea she once ruled. A deafening roar erupted as Yamato's magazines ignited, a sudden blinding flash ripping across the horizon and casting the sea in searing molten light. Water sprayed skyward in violent columns, waves trembling as the force of the explosion radiated outward, shoving sailors and debris alike. Flames engulfed the superstructure in an instant, steel twisting and tearing as though the ship had become molten itself. Shockwaves rippled through the fleet, tossing smaller vessels like corks atop the violent, heaving water. Sailors' shielded eyes, ears ringing from the violence, some thrown to decks, others clinging desperately to rigging and lifelines. Smoke and fire spiraled skyward, coiling into a mushrooming cloud, reflecting in every surface of ocean and debris with surreal apocalyptic brilliance. The smell of cordite, burning steel, and human sweat was immediate, thick, almost choking, saturating air and lungs alike. Aircraft above were buffeted by the explosion, pilots struggling to maintain control, engines screaming in protest. Officers shouted orders, but their words were lost in the roar, swallowed by the monumental fury of destruction. And in that single cataclysmic moment, the pride of an empire was erased from the horizon in a flash of unimaginable power. Debris rained down across the water, sheets of metal, splintered wood, and personal belongings tumbling into the foam with fatal elegance. Sailors on nearby ships froze, faces pale, eyes wide with awe and horror, their hands gripping rails as the ocean itself seemed to heave in response. The mushroom cloud swelled, twisting and billowing with uncanny symmetry, light and shadow dancing in a macabre ballet. Waves surged in response, cascading over decks and tossing lifeboats like toys against the tide. The sound of the blast echoed across miles, bouncing off distant islands, shattering any remaining illusions of invulnerability. Fire and smoke combined with seawater spray, creating a surreal, almost tangible haze that clung to every breath. Pilots above turned their planes, engines shrieking, some unable to escape the turbulence unleashed by the explosion's force. Crew on other vessels shouted warnings, scrambled to rescue floating survivors, faces etched with disbelief and helplessness. Flashes of fire reflected in eyes, in pools of water, and in fragments of twisted steel, a surreal mirror of destruction. And as the smoke rose, stretching to the sky, it seemed the very atmosphere quivered with the enormity of the event. The force of the explosion rolled across the ocean like a living thing, waves surging, water heaving and twisting in impossible swells. Small boats rocked violently, sailors tumbling against ropes and railings, holding on with every ounce of strength. Metal fragments and debris spat into the sky, glittering like deadly sparks before descending into the water below. The mushroom cloud expanded relentlessly, an enormous column of fire, smoke, and ash, casting the surrounding fleet into an eerie half-light. Sailors' shielded eyes and mouths inhaling briny smoke and cordite, coughs and gasps, blending with the roar of the ocean. Explosions from ruptured compartments echoed faintly in the distance, reminders that destruction had not yet fully ceased. Officers barked fragmented commands, guiding rescue teams, observing survivors, and attempting to coordinate amidst chaos and awe. Waves slammed against hulls, tossing rafts and debris, scattering the remnants of Yamato across the turbulent sea. Pilots above circled cautiously, engines whining, witnessing a spectacle of power and terror beyond human comprehension. And in that moment, all who observed understood that this was not merely a sinking, it was the obliteration of legend. Water churned around floating wreckage, swallowing men, steel, and personal effects with indifferent, overwhelming power. Sailors clung to anything buoyant, eyes wide with disbelief, bodies slick with seawater, salt, and oil. The smell of burning steel and cordite lingered, almost tangible, mingling with brine and the faint metallic scent of blood. Waves surged, crashing over hulls of nearby ships, rocking them violently and forcing sailors to brace against the relentless heaving. Flames reflected in the water, flickering across faces, lifeboats, and twisted steel, painting a surreal portrait of awe and despair. Pilots above struggled to maintain formation, engine shrieks blending with the roar of water and the distant echo of Yamato's destruction. Officers directed rescue and damage control, voice strained but authoritative, barely audible above the cacophony. Debris spun across the ocean in chaotic arcs, twisted fragments, telling a story of human effort and mechanical might undone. Survivors flailed and paddled toward each other, grasping fragments of wood, life jackets, or floating metal, desperate for stability in an unstable sea. And as the mushroom cloud rose higher, the spectacle remained, both horrifying and magnificent. A thunder heard across miles of water. The blast radiated a shock wave so powerful that distant ships rocked violently, the decks heaving beneath feet as though the ocean itself had inhaled and exhaled in anger. Sailors stumbled, caught off guard, clutching railings and each other, the enormity of the explosion sinking into consciousness. Floating debris, some burned and twisted, some shockingly intact, marked the water in a surreal mosaic of destruction. Pilots above circled warily, the mushroom cloud casting shadows across waves, a grotesque halo of fire and smoke. The smell of seawater, burnt metal, and scorched cordite persisted, an almost tangible cloak over every observer. Explosions from distant parts of the vessel continued, echoing faintly, creating a symphony of chaos that reverberated across the fleet. Officers coordinated rescue efforts with terse urgency, directing rafts, pulling survivors from the water, and marking debris fields for retrieval. Waves tossed small crafts like toys, rolling and pitching with violent, unpredictable energy. Sailors whispered prayers, some muttering farewell to lost comrades, others in silent shock at the scale of destruction. And as the mushroom cloud towered above, reflecting sun and fire across waves, it became clear that history had witnessed an almost elemental act of power. The ocean around the remains of Yamato boiled with displaced water, debris, and shock, a violent testament to kinetic force beyond comprehension. Sailors clung desperately to floating fragments, their eyes reflecting awe and terror, bodies slick with brine, oil, and blood. Smoke, steam, and fire coiled into the sky, forming a twisting column that seemed alive, a living monument to destruction. Waves splashed violently over lifeboats and debris, tossing men, letters, photographs, and fragments of the ship into the heaving sea. Pilots circled, some capturing the scene with instruments, engines screaming, wings slicing air, observing a spectacle that would haunt memory for a lifetime. Officers shouted fragmented orders, directing rescue and recovery, their authority tenuous against nature and fire combined. The mushroom cloud expanded, shadows lengthening over waves, casting a surreal, macabre light across survivors and debris. The smell of cordite and burning steel mingled with the briny tang of seawater, a dense perfume of war and loss. Explosions continued faintly, delayed ruptures sending shimmering flashes across waves in grotesque, glittering arcs. And as the force dissipated into the horizon, awe and horror lingered, a silent witness to Yamato's final cataclysmic act. Men clung to fragments, huddling together, faces pale, eyes wide, bodies trembling in the chill of seawater and shock. Flames still danced on debris, hissing and spitting molten metal into the sea, lighting survivors in a surreal, unearthly glow. Officers directed small boats and rafts, shouting through the roar, trying to organize what little remained amid chaos. Waves surged, crashing and rolling, tossing wreckage and men alike with violent indifference. Smoke and fire coiled skyward, forming a twisting massive column that reflected sunlight in shades of orange, grey and black. Pilots circled warily, keeping distance from the turbulence, noting survivors clinging to life amid the floating carnage. The smell of salt, fire, cordite and oil permeated everything, clinging to skin and uniforms, a tangible memory of disaster. Explosions continued sporadically from ruptured compartments, sending flashes and water columns into the air, adding surreal punctuation to the scene. Sailors whispered farewells, clutched photographs and letters, offering prayers small and human amid incomprehensible destruction. And as the mushroom cloud began to disperse, the ocean itself seemed to tremble, holding memory of Yamato's final thunder. The final moments left the sea, a chaotic mosaic of floating wreckage, shattered steel, and human effort, a silent testament to immense loss and courage. Waves lapped against fragments of the once mighty ship, tossing survivors, letters, and debris into a restless, indifferent rhythm. Smoke and flame mingled with sea spray, rising in twisting columns that reflected orange, black, and grey across the horizon. Pilots circled cautiously, engines shrieking, the mushroom cloud towering above like a monstrous sentinel marking the site of destruction. Officers coordinated remaining survivors, pulling men from the water, stabilizing life rafts, and assessing what little could be saved. Sailors clutched each other, photographs and letters, small anchors of humanity against the overwhelming force of nature and war combined. Waves surged in harmony with the shock, foam spraying across faces and decks, indifferent to heroism or survival. Explosions ceased as the final fragments settled, leaving a surreal stillness broken only by wind and water. And in the lingering light, the awe and horror of the moment persisted, a memory etched across waves, smoke and sky. The ocean shook, as though the gods themselves had spoken. The sea lay in deceptive calm, a vast oil-slicked expanse reflecting smoke and fire from the distant remnants of Yamato's destruction. Men clung desperately to floating debris, bodies slick with seawater, oil, and the bitter residue of cordite. Each breath a struggle against exhaustion and shock. Faces were pale, eyes wide, scanning the horizon for signs of rescue, for anything familiar, anything human. Silence hung heavily, broken only by cries of pain, desperate calls for companions, and the lapping of waves against splintered hulls. Overhead, planes circled warrily, engines whining, pilots watching the scattered survivors like detached observers of a human tragedy. Some sailors whispered prayers, muttered last words, letters clutched to chests or pressed into sodden pockets. The stench of fuel, salt and burned steel was overwhelming, saturating air and skin, a tangible reminder of the calamity endured. Waves rolled relentlessly, tossing floating timber, life jackets and injured men in chaotic, indifferent arcs. The ocean, once a path of glory and power, had become a graveyard dotted with human fragments, and in the hushed horror, every man understood how tenuous survival had become, how fragile life remained amid destruction. Survivors huddled together, forming small clusters around pieces of wreckage, shivering in the chill of salt water and fear. Some had lost limbs or were bleeding, the injuries stark against the pale grey of the waves and the black sheen of oil. Conversations were muted, words swallowed by the roar of distant wind and water, replaced by the desperate logic of clinging to wood, rope, or each other. Faces reflected grief, disbelief, and a haunting recognition of comrades forever gone beneath the waves. Birds circled above, calling sharply, indifferent to the human suffering below, their cries cutting through the silence like distant alarms. Pilots in reconnaissance planes tracked the clusters carefully, noting survivors while keeping distance from turbulence, engines screaming in high-pitched protest. Water sloshed against floating debris, tossing men from one fragment to another, forcing constant struggle to maintain contact with life itself. Each wave carried both peril and, occasionally, a fragile promise of flotation, a reminder of nature's duality. Oil spread in iridescent ribbons, coating limbs, faces, and hair, suffocating, sticky, a constant tactile reminder of catastrophe. And as the sun dipped low, the survivors drifted together, fragments of a fleet that had once been mighty now scattered across a merciless sea. A few men clung to capsized lifeboats, rocking perilously in the swells, eyes scanning for friends, foes, or rescue. Salt water stung wounds, mingled with oil and grime, burning flesh and masking the taste of blood. Each breath was a labor, chest heaving, lungs burning, heart hammering with exertion and terror. The cries of comrades punctuated the waves, sometimes close, sometimes distant, swallowed by the immensity of the ocean. Shadows of distant ships flickered on the horizon, shapes too far to reach but representing fragile hope, a promise that survival might yet be possible. Debris rotated slowly in swirling currents, pieces of wood, splintered steel, and personal belongings tracing arcs dictated by unseen hands of tide and wind. Pilots circled higher, engines whine cutting through air, their presence a cold reassurance and a reminder of vulnerability. Some men murmured names, prayers or memories, faces pressed to wet hands, eyes closed against grief and exhaustion. The ocean absorbed their voices, scattering them in ripples that collided and vanished, leaving silence in their place. And amid the undulating chaos, the survivors became shadows themselves, drifting between life and the abyss. Waves rose and fell with relentless rhythm, tossing men together then apart as if testing resolve and desperation alike. The oil sheen reflected fire from distant wreckage, painting faces and water in flickering orange and black. Survivors pulled one another from beneath floating debris, offering trembling hands, whispered encouragements, and shared strength in fleeting moments. Birds wheeled overhead, wings beating against smoky skies, indifferent spectators to a human tragedy that had no audience. The stench of burnt steel and salt water was constant, lingering on skin, clothes, and hair, saturating every inhale with memory of the ship's fiery end. Pilots above circled methodically, engines straining against the wind, their presence both reassuring and alien, a reminder that the world continued beyond the drifting victims. Waves slammed over partially submerged hulls, tossing survivors, soaking them anew, and threatening the fragile balance they clung to. Small fires floated on oil patches, the remnants of Yamato's destruction, flickering in rhythm with the heartbeat of the ocean. Every man counted seconds, breaths, movements, aware that survival was measured in relentless, incremental victories. And in the fragile network of floating humanity, grief became a shared, tangible presence, binding survivors to each other and to the memory of all lost. Some survivors had succumbed to hypothermia or shock, their bodies slumping against floating timbers, eyes staring blankly at smoke-streaked skies. Others whispered frantic words, offering water from oil-stained canteens, clinging to whatever remained to buoy life for even a few moments longer. Birds dipped into the water occasionally, startling men who gripped debris more tightly, desperate not to be separated from their fragile anchors. The smell of salt, oil, and charred steel became oppressive, saturating every sense, filling lungs and thoughts with memory of fire and destruction. Pilots above signaled to distant rescue vessels, engines shrieking, their movements careful yet swift against the threat of wind and waves. Waves rose taller, tossing floating debris in violent arcs, reminding the living of the omnipresent power of the ocean. Survivors murmured prayers and farewells, clinging to fragments, letters and photographs, holding on to humanity amid mechanical ruin. Each breath was precious, each wave both enemy and life-giver, forcing vigilance in every motion and thought. Small clusters drifted slowly toward one another, human instinct forming fragile bonds in chaos and grief. And as the sun dipped further, shadows lengthened across oil-slicked water, a silent eulogy for the mighty ship now gone. Reflections of smoke and flame painted the water in surreal strokes of orange, red, and black, flickering across faces and floating wreckage. Men whispered each other's names, recounted fragments of memories, and clutched mementos soaked through with seawater and despair. The ocean swirled with debris, sometimes gentle, sometimes violent, reminding survivors of its indifferent, unpredictable nature. Pilots circled, taking stock, their presence a cold assurance that the world still observed, yet did not intervene beyond distance and protocol. Waves carried pieces of timber, steel, and clothing like floating relics, drifting past survivors in silent testimony to the ship's destruction. Bodies bobbed gently or rolled with the surf, some conscious, some already claimed by the indifferent sea. The smell of fire, oil, salt, and human sweat lingered in a suffocating, tangible haze, pressing down on every motion and thought. Each survivor calculated movements carefully, balancing between exhaustion and necessity, clinging to life with stubborn, trembling hands. Conversations were sparse, murmured, fragmented, swallowed by wind, water, and lingering shock. And as night approached, the survivors drifted together in fragile clusters, shadows against the darkening, oil-streaked waves. Stars began to pierce the evening sky, tiny points of light reflected in blackened water, offering cold guidance through a scene of devastation. Waves rocked survivors gently now, the furious tremors of daylight giving way to a slower, hypnotic rhythm of the ocean. Clusters of men huddled together, whispering prayers, sharing warmth, recounting lost friends, fragments of life clinging to fragile hope. The smell of salt, oil, and scorched metal persisted, every inhale a reminder of fire and ruin. Floating debris formed a temporary sanctuary, lifelines made of wood, metal, and human tenacity, each fragment a fragile lifeboat against chaos. Pilots circled above, engines whining softly, observing clusters of survivors with detached vigilance, the machinery of war continuing even amid human fragility. The ocean reflected the dying light, rippling with orange, grey, and black, mirroring the grief and exhaustion etched into every face. Survivors murmured again, telling names, recalling moments, attempting to preserve the humanity that had survived the ship's final moments. The vastness of the sea made every rescue uncertain, every breath hard-won, every heartbeat a miracle of survival. And amid the haunting beauty and sorrow, the ocean held them in its indifferent embrace, both cradle and tomb. By nightfall, the wreckage had dispersed further, survivors clinging to fragments, faces streaked with oil, salt, and tears. Fires on floating debris flickered faintly, casting eerie light across water slicked with human effort and spilled fuel. The cries of the wounded were sporadic now, muffled by exhaustion, distance, and the ocean's relentless rhythm. Pilots circled one last time, engines whining, noting the positions of survivors before fading toward distant carriers, leaving the men in temporary isolation. Waves rocked floating clusters with gentle yet insistent force, an unyielding reminder of the sea's dominance. Sailors whispered prayers and stories, clinging to photographs and letters, fragments of memory anchoring them to life amid death. The smell of burnt steel, oil, and salt lingered, clinging to skin, hair, and clothes, a pervasive reminder of the fire that had consumed Yamato. Some survivors drifted into slumber, clinging to debris, faces etched with grief and exhaustion, minds haunted by comrades lost beneath waves, and as darkness enveloped the ocean, silence fell with a weight that pressed on all who remained. Amid fire and ruin, the ocean kept only fragments of their stories. The US carriers cut through the vast Pacific with mechanical precision, steel hulls slicing the waves under a pale, indifferent sun. Decks hummed with returning aircraft, engines winding down, propellers still trembling from the exertion of long sorties. Pilots disembarked, boots thudding against steel plates, faces streaked with salt, sweat, and soot, yet eyes calm, detached, trained in repetition. Officers conferred over charts, maps spread across tables, plotting the next operations with meticulous efficiency. Every coordinate a step in the unrelenting campaign. The smell of aviation fuel mingled with ozone and exhaust, a sharp chemical aroma that marked the machinery of war. Radios crackled intermittently, reporting positions, damages, and sightings, each message a calculated data point, rather than a human story. Engineers and deckhands moved with purpose, refueling, repairing, and readying planes for the next sortie, their motions precise and unhesitating. The ocean stretched endlessly, a steel blue mirror reflecting the efficiency and detachment of the fleet above and below. Sailors occasionally glanced to the horizon, where distant smoke and debris hinted at recent destruction, acknowledgement tempered by discipline. And in this moment the fleet existed as a machine, emotion submerged beneath cold operational necessity. Pilots debriefed in sterile briefing rooms, recounting strikes, targets, and observations with measured precision, voices low and neutral. Maps and photographs were spread across tables, annotations in ink and pencil marking points of impact, timing, and enemy positions. Some glanced toward aerial footage of Yamato's destruction, noting debris and fires, yet discussion remained clinical, stripped of awe or horror. The smell of coffee and burnt toast mingled with faint traces of aviation fuel, grounding the human body amid the machinery of warfare. Radios hummed overhead, officers issuing instructions for resupply, sorties, and reconnaissance. Every command a gear in a vast mechanism. Pilots exchanged brief nods, gestures conveying camaraderie and recognition, yet eyes betrayed an undercurrent of fatigue and lingering disbelief. The rolling motion of the carrier beneath feet was steady, almost hypnotic, a reminder of the ocean's ever-present influence over every operation. Engineers moved swiftly to secure engines, replace munitions, and calibrate instruments for the next sortie, their hands trained and efficient. The air smelled faintly of ozone, oil, and heated metal, an antiseptic scent against the chaos left behind. And as they worked, the remnants of battle faded into operational memory, catalogued and stored, emotion held at bay. Aircraft returned, their underbellies streaked with salt and exhaust, wings trembling as they taxied across decks, propellers slowing to a stop. Pilots removed helmets and goggles, revealing faces streaked with soot and sweat, yet expressions remained calm, habitual, controlled. Officers recorded damages, payloads expended, and fuel consumption, each entry precise, detached, and unemotional. Below deck, mechanics moved swiftly, checking hydraulics, engines, and armaments. The smell of oil and metal thick in the compartment. The ocean roared against the hull, waves breaking in rhythmic crashes. Indifferent to human effort or destruction witnessed afar, radios chirped with new orders, reporting reconnaissance from other squadrons, plotting the next wave of strikes against Okinawa. Pilots recounted observations, enemy ship locations, smoke plumes, signs of destruction, each detail catalogued for strategy, stripped of narrative flourish. The hum of generators and distant alarms blended with the rolling ocean, forming a persistent, unbroken soundtrack of military precision. Deckhands moved crates and munitions with choreographed urgency, each motion calculated to maximize efficiency. And in this carefully orchestrated environment, the human toll of battle was absorbed, catalogued, and archived, filtered through the lens of operational necessity. From the bridge, admirals surveyed the horizon, eyes scanning distant smoke and the glint of waves where Yamato had perished. Charts and instruments guided every decision, each choice calculated against time, fuel, and enemy strength. Communication lines buzzed with updates from reconnaissance planes, each message evaluated, prioritized, and filed. Pilots and navigators passed along reports in clipped tones, detailing debris, survivors, and residual fires, their words factual, neutral, devoid of sentiment. Below decks, sailors moved with disciplined urgency, repairing decks, checking engines, and recalibrating navigational systems. The scent of salt, oil, and warm metal permeated the bridge, a subtle reminder of the machinery sustaining human effort against nature. Orders for the next wave of attacks were drafted, typed, and distributed, every calculation aimed at efficiency and strategic advantage. The hum of communication, engines, and ocean combined into a constant rhythm, steady and unyielding. Observers occasionally glanced back toward the distant wreckage, acknowledging its presence without pause or emotional engagement. And above all, the fleet moved forward, detached, relentless, each vessel a cog in a broader, unfeeling campaign. Decks filled with returning aircraft, wings brushing steel railings, wheels splashing against slick surfaces, engines still whining from exertion. Pilots saluted deck officers, reports submitted, logs updated, each movement habitual, rehearsed, efficient. The smell of exhaust, hydraulic fluid, and ozone hung thick, coating clothing, hair, and skin with the residue of continuous labor. Engineers and crew moved in sync, refueling, repairing, and arming planes for missions yet to come, each gesture precise and measured. The ocean rolled beneath, vast, indifferent waves reflecting sunlight like liquid steel, ignoring the human presence above. Radios crackled intermittently, updates on distant enemy positions, weather conditions, and reconnaissance woven into a constant flow of information. Some sailors paused briefly to glance over the railing, noting floating debris from Yamato's final hour, yet expression remained disciplined, restrained. Pilots swapped quick words, nods, or gestures, the language of efficiency rather than emotion, camaraderie tempered by fatigue. Waves slapped against hulls, relentless, indifferent, a constant tactile reminder of the environment that dictated every movement and calculation. And as the carriers sailed on, human consciousness of destruction was filtered, catalogued, and set aside, swallowed by operational necessity. Above, the sun dipped low, painting water and steel in muted gold, reflecting across decks polished by constant labor and vigilance. Pilots filed reports noting enemy formations, damage assessments, and reconnaissance details, voices low, procedural, precise. Deck crews worked tirelessly, engines humming, tools clanking, munitions shifted and secured with exacting care. The ocean spread endlessly, waves glinting in orange light, carrying distant traces of smoke and fire that had become background to human focus on the next operation. Officers conferred quietly, plotting the next series of strikes, allocating sorties with methodical calculation, emotion deliberately suppressed. Radios buzzed intermittently, feeding news of survivors, minor engagements, and reconnaissance updates into the larger operational picture. The smell of ozone, exhaust, and heated metal persisted, enveloping the fleet like an invisible mantle of discipline. Pilots and crew moved in choreographed rhythm, habits ingrained, reactions trained, human drama subdued beneath professional detachment. The water reflected both the beauty of the Pacific and the cold reality of strategic war, simultaneously vast and indifferent. And as twilight approached, the fleet continued its course, moving past fire and ruin with calculated, unflinching purpose. Planes lined decks, wings glinting, engines idling, as pilots stepped down, logging sorties, and recalibrating instruments for the next mission. Conversations were brief, clipped, a mix of professional assessment and tactical discussion, emotion absent or suppressed. Crew moved efficiently, securing gear, distributing fuel, and preparing aircraft for immediate deployment if necessary. The hum of generators blended with ocean waves, steel underfoot vibrating faintly, a steady rhythm underlying every action. Officers walked between stations, observing, instructing, and guiding without pause, detached from spectacle or destruction behind them. Pilots recounted strike details, noting enemy losses, positions, and environmental conditions, words precise, cold, and factual. Some glanced toward Yamato's distant resting place, the horizon dotted with smoke and fire reflecting in their eyes, acknowledgement measured and immediate. Waves lapped against hulls with gentle consistency, indifferent to human effort, heroic or tragic. The scent of salt, fuel, and metal was omnipresent, binding every individual in sensory awareness of work, movement, and survival. And in this orchestrated detachment, the fleet existed not as humans but as an enduring, efficient instrument of war. By nightfall, carriers moved silently through darkened waters, lights dimmed, engines steady, plotting courses toward Okinawa and beyond. Pilots prepared for rest, logs filed, maps updated, each action precise, habitual, part of an endless cycle of operational efficiency. Deck crews performed final checks, securing planes, clearing decks, and maintaining readiness. Movements synchronized, almost ritualistic. The ocean stretched endlessly, black and reflective, carrying memory of destruction below, indifferent to heroism, loss, or pride. Officers reviewed reconnaissance data, reassigning sorties, calculating fuel, munitions, and timing, all with calm, detached precision. Communication lines hummed quietly, messages of status, logistics, and enemy movements transmitted without pause or sentiment. Pilots and crew walked decks in steady rhythm, breathing heavy but controlled, faces showing fatigue but no visible awe or grief. The stars reflected on water like distant fires, silent witnesses to human endeavor, detachment, and planning. Waves rolled in eternal rhythm, indifferent to all, guiding the fleet forward with subtle persistence. And in the cold night, the final reflection crystallized. For the victors, this was not an ending, only another step in an unrelenting march. Tokyo streets were unusually quiet that morning, as though the city itself sensed the weight of unseen tragedy approaching. Mothers clutched children close, their eyes flicking to distant rooftops, listening for the distant roar of engines or the crack of Allied artillery. Word had begun to spread in fragments. A battleship, the pride of the Imperial Navy, had vanished. Telephone wires hummed with hurried messages, and messengers delivered hurried notes to households, often before the news could be properly digested. Radio broadcasts crackled with static, voices reading terse bulletins, heavy with patriotic restraint, withholding the full horror behind careful wording. Soldiers gathered in barracks and training yards, listening to colleagues, the air thick with disbelief and silent sorrow. Smoke from distant fires mingled with the morning fog, carrying with it the subtle scent of coal, ash, and human fatigue. Families whispered prayers, clutching letters and photographs, hoping that rumor would be disproven, hoping the sea had spared their loved ones. Even the stoic officers felt the shift. a quiet tension threading through ranks, palpable yet unspoken. And as the morning light strengthened, the full weight of loss began to sink in, like a stone dropped into the nation's collective consciousness. In villages along the coast, fishermen paused in their work, nets dripping with brine, ears straining for distant engines or voices carrying over the waves. Mothers pressed palms to their foreheads, eyes wide with unspoken fear, imagining sons and husbands aboard the great ship. The streets hummed with murmurs, neighbors sharing fragments of news, eyes darting toward government offices and telegraph poles for further confirmation. Markets fell silent for moments, the scent of dried fish and smoke mingling with the pervasive anxiety. Children sensed the tension, holding small hands and turning inquisitive faces toward mothers, seeking answers they could not yet give. Soldiers stationed inland paused, rifles in hand, as rumors filtered through the ranks, the weight of symbol and reality colliding in the minds of men trained for obedience, but unprepared for despair. Smoke from distant air raids and factory chimneys painted the sky in a subtle grey pall, almost mournful in its quiet persistence. Telegrams arrived in hushed offices, the ink barely dry before being read aloud in private rooms, hearts tightening with each word. Even the stoic elders, accustomed to war's abstraction, felt a tremor of shock at the finality conveyed by each message, and beneath it all, the hum of daily life persisted, trembling beneath the shadow of national mourning. Tokyo radio broadcast carefully worded statements, hinting at losses without explicit detail, the announcer's voice even and restrained. Citizens gathered around crackling radios, straining to catch every syllable, every cautious intonation, seeking truth amid official obfuscation. The smell of ink and paper from newspapers mingled with cooking fires, while families huddled together, listening, waiting for fuller reports. Soldiers on leave paused at kiosks and tea houses, reading fragments of dispatches, attempting to reconcile symbol and reality. Windows rattled with distant artillery or passing trains, reminders that war's machinery had not paused, indifferent to human grief. Reports mentioned the disappearance of a major fleet vessel, damaged or lost, the words carefully chosen to temper panic and maintain morale. Mothers whispered prayers for sons and husbands, while fathers clenched fists and stared at distant horizons, imagining the steel giant swallowed by waves. Markets resumed slowly, yet a quiet had settled, the city's heartbeat muted beneath the weight of uncertainty. Children drew pictures of ships and heroes, not yet understanding the absence they would soon recognize, and through it all, the nation collectively sensed the vanishing of a symbol, a heartbeat that had once defined pride and hope. In barracks, soldiers readied letters and diaries for potential dispatch, documenting thoughts and fears, aware that the loss of Yamato was both tangible and symbolic. Officers convened quietly, discussing morale and public perception, careful to maintain discipline while absorbing the emotional impact themselves. The smell of waxed floors and polished rifles mingled with the faint scent of paper and ink, a subtle reminder of routine amid upheaval. Younger men whispered to one another, recounting stories of the ship, its scale and its legend, faces reflecting admiration tangled with apprehension. Outside, the sun reflected off river surfaces, casting long, dappled shadows across training grounds and barracks walls. Families gathered in small clusters, eyes wet with the first real tears, hands clasped, voices hushed in prayer and uncertainty. Smoke from distant factories and transport vessels rose steadily, a muted backdrop to human grief, blending into the morning sky. Newsboys ran past, calling out headlines with cautious urgency, voices thin with disbelief, carrying fragments of truth and rumor alike. Soldiers folded maps, checked weapons, and exchanged subtle glances, processing the loss without ceremony. And within the city and countryside alike, a quiet recognition settled. The era of invulnerability, symbolized by Yamato, had ended abruptly, leaving raw, human consequences behind. Mothers pressed hands to their mouths, eyes glistening as messengers arrived with official confirmations, each note carefully framed to preserve dignity while conveying irreversible loss. Children clung to their skirts, sensing tension, shadows in expression, and atmosphere that defied explanation. Fathers shook hands with neighbors, silent acknowledgement passing between them, grief mingled with stoicism. Smoke from distant gunfire drifted across hills and rooftops, mingling with the scent of cooking fires and wet soil, grounding civilians in wartime reality. Soldiers stared out over rivers, the murmur of wind through trees blending with distant reports of survivors, casualties, and unknown fates. The city itself seemed to pause, fenders ceasing to shout, trains slowing, the subtle rhythm of life interrupted by collective mourning. Tokyo radio issued updates throughout the day, words precise, clipped, official, yet carrying weight beneath each phrasing. Children watched adults closely, learning the language of loss without words, understanding that the world had shifted beneath them. Families held photographs, letters, and keepsakes, pressing them close as if to anchor their memories against waves of grief. And the nation, though composed of countless isolated moments, felt a singular sorrow, the symbolic heart of the Imperial Navy, extinguished in a single day. In coastal towns, fishermen paused, nets drying, eyes scanning horizons that had promised bounty, but now offered only uncertainty. Mothers whispered to children, recounting tales of courage and sacrifice, voices trembling, words colored by both pride and despair. Soldiers stationed near ports walked slowly, inspecting docks and moored vessels, awareness heightened by the absence of Yamato's towering presence. Smoke and mist mingled, the ocean reflecting fragmented light in subdued, somber patterns that mirrored the mood ashore. Telegraph operators worked diligently, transmitting and receiving confirmations, the click of keys underscoring the quiet morning. Market streets emptied briefly, vendors pausing to listen to the crackle of radios, absorbing fragmentary news of survivors and losses. Some elders wept quietly, memories of previous conflicts surfacing, each generation measuring sacrifice differently, yet feeling collectively the void left by the fallen ship. Waves lapped against piers and boats with persistent, indifferent rhythm, a steady heartbeat that contrasted the chaos of emotion on shore. Messages were scribbled, notes passed from neighbor to neighbor, each carrying weight and sorrow, fragments of human connection amid uncertainty. And as twilight approached, the nation collectively inhaled grief, exhaled reverence, acknowledging that a symbol of power had been extinguished beneath merciless seas. In officer quarters and administrative buildings, telegraphs buzzed with rapid transmission, confirmations filed and cross-checked, the machinery of governance keeping pace with loss. Families gathered around radios, straining for detail. The voice of the announcer, a measured, solemn instrument conveying news with controlled tone. Soldiers clutched letters from loved ones, reading and rereading passages for reassurance, for connection, for evidence of a world untouched by devastation. Smoke from distant engagements mingled with the scent of wet earth and morning dew, grounding civilians in reality even as their hearts wavered. Officers conferred quietly, noting morale among troops and civilians alike, balancing the need for order with compassion, each gesture precise yet human. Children played quietly in streets and courtyards, their laughter subdued, shadows of fear hidden beneath fleeting innocence. Windows rattled gently from distant artillery, a reminder of ongoing conflict that had claimed even the mightiest ships. Photographs, mementos, and letters were pressed close, a tactile repository of memory and comfort against overwhelming uncertainty. Reports from surviving crew members filtered through channels, piecing together fragments of Yamato's final hours, humanizing tragedy amidst abstraction. And in this controlled environment of bureaucratic precision, the collective grief of a nation was acknowledged, contained, and silently mourned. By nightfall, cities and villages alike were cloaked in quiet, punctuated by candlelight, muted conversations, and the low murmur of prayers. Mothers tucked children into beds, faces streaked with tears, holding the fragile threads of family close as the loss of a symbol lingered heavy in the air. Soldiers stared out from barracks windows at blackened horizons, contemplating absence, courage, and the impermanence of even the greatest strength. Radio announcements concluded with formal solemnity, voices controlled yet resonating with subtle grief, the nation collectively absorbing reality in hushed tones. Smoke from distant fires drifted into the night sky, blending with stars reflected in rivers and canals, silent witnesses to the day's sorrow. Letters and telegrams lay across tables, their ink wet with immediacy, carriers of both information and heartbreak. Children dreamed amid whispers, absorbing grief without comprehension, their imaginations sketching fragments of ships and heroes lost beneath waves. In quiet rooms, elders recounted tales of valor, of loss, and of ships that once symbolized pride, voices resonant with both awe and sorrow. And as the nation exhaled its first full night of collective mourning, a thought lingered in every heart. The nation that built her could scarcely bear to believe she was gone. Beneath the restless surface of the East China Sea, a giant rests in eternal stillness, her massive hull half buried in silt and shadow. Sunlight penetrates the water in muted shafts, illuminating fragments of twisted steel and scattered relics that tell a story of finality. Rust eats at the once imposing armor, leaving jagged edges glinting faintly like forgotten teeth. Divers descend slowly, bubbles trailing upward, carrying the faint tang of salt and corrosion. The ocean muffles sound, rendering the world eerily silent, broken only by the distant creak of metal under pressure. Ammunition casings and personal belongings litter the sand around the wreck, each a testament to lives caught in the sudden violence of war. The sheer scale of Yamato's form, lying prone and broken, dwarfs every diver, a reminder of both human ambition and fragility. Currents shift subtly, brushing against twisted gun turrets, revealing glimpses of a world both frozen and decaying. From above, the water seems peaceful, even gentle, concealing the devastation beneath its calm surface. And in this submerged silence, Yamato has become something beyond ship or weapon. She is memory, monumental and immovable. Close-ups of the remaining superstructure reveal the scars of fire and explosion, steel peeled back like burnt parchment. Torpedo impacts and shell holes mark the hull, each a frozen moment of catastrophic violence. Divers' lights sweep over the deck, revealing twisted railings and scattered equipment that hint at the lives of those who once walked above. Small fish weave through openings, indifferent to the history, their movements a living contrast to the grave below. Personal artifacts emerge, a rusted helmet, a corroded compass, fragments of diaries softened by salt water. Even in decay, the design of Yamato evokes awe, the curvature of her decks, the scale of her guns, the echo of her power now silenced. Shadows play across the seabed as currents shift, and the wreck seems to breathe, almost sentient in its stillness. The ocean floor is littered with stories, each fragment a testament to courage, desperation, and tragedy. Silence amplifies everything, the mind filling in explosions, cries, and the roar of guns that once shook the waves. and standing there, divers witness history in physical form, reverence mixing with sorrow for what was lost and for the price paid beneath the sea. The main battery turrets, colossal and tilted, cast long shadows across the sand, their barrels pointing skyward as if still reaching for the enemy above. Corrosion has softened edges, but not the impression of intimidation, a reminder of the Empire's ambition to dominate the seas. Divers trace handrails, imagining crews scurrying through narrow passageways in the heat of battle. Echoes of past voices seem to linger in the metal, carried faintly in currents that shift with imperceptible rhythm. Rust flakes drift upward, catching the diver's light in a ghostly dance, each particle a whisper from history. Shattered deck plates reveal interior compartments, now empty except for sediment and small marine life, yet the air of human presence is palpable. Every structural deformation tells a story of resistance, of metal bending under force, yet refusing to surrender completely until the final moment. The depth of the wreck magnifies scale, drawing attention to the enormity of loss and the precision of engineering. Even the ocean, indifferent to human endeavor, has become a curator of memory, preserving fragments for those willing to descend and witness. And in this underwater cathedral, the line between machine and memorial blurs, each corroded surface echoing human aspiration and tragedy alike. Divers move to the bow, where the prow has partially sunk into the seabed, steel flaking and jagged. The curvature suggests motion, even in stillness, as though Yamato still pushes forward through water she will never again traverse. Chains and anchor gear lie strewn, tangled in seaweed, remnants of restraint now useless. Tiny crabs scuttle over twisted metal, and schools of fish dart through openings, filling empty spaces with life in stark contrast to death. The ocean currents carry faint sediment clouds, rising like smoke from a battle long past. Rust-streaked windows reveal glimpses of officer quarters and corridors that once echoed with commands and hurried footsteps. A diver pauses, hand brushing a warped railing, imagining the tension and fear in those moments before final catastrophe. Reflections on the sand below shimmer, distorted by moving water, echoing the chaos once above. Even at this distance in time, the wreck commands attention, demanding understanding of scale, courage, and futility, and as the diver ascends slightly, the shadow of the prow stretches far across the seabed, a silent monument to what was and what can never be reclaimed. In the midship area, broken anti-aircraft mounts still point upward, impotent against invisible enemies now long gone. Torpedo tubes gape like open wounds, hollowed by destruction and the relentless passage of salt water. Personal effects cling stubbornly to the steel, mementos of lives extinguished too soon, fragments of letters, a pair of glasses, a pocket watch frozen at a moment in time. Divers shine lights into compartments, revealing the scale of devastation wrought by waves of bombs and torpedoes decades ago. Currents weave through passages, carrying fine silt that obscures yet preserves, softening edges while holding the memory intact. Even as metal succumbs to decay, structural ingenuity remains apparent, a testament to human ingenuity against the backdrop of hubris. The diver's exhalations bubble upward, tiny disruptions in an otherwise silent cathedral of memory. Fish dart into openings and disappear, the briefest intrusion of life into a tomb of steel. Shadows shift as light from above refracts through water, painting fleeting impressions across twisted machinery. And standing among it all, observers feel reverence for the lives entwined with the colossal wreck, each steel beam a witness to courage and loss. The aft section is partially buried in sand, propellers still massive, their edges jagged from explosion and time. Divers examine the engineering marvels, imagining the force required to rotate them, the vibration that must have shaken decks and men alike. Water moves slowly through the wreck, whispering against interior bulkheads, a ghostly echo of the ocean's timeless rhythm. Personal belongings caught in corners, boots, belts, and rusted utensils hint at mundane moments frozen forever. Even as corrosion consumes the ship, the proportions and lines evoke awe, proof of the immense vision behind her creation. Shadows of divers flicker across the stern, reinforcing scale, dwarfed by the size of propellers that once drove a floating fortress through open seas. The wreckage tells the story of sacrifice, heroism, and finality, the human and mechanical intertwined beneath unfeeling waves. Sediment swirls, disturbed by movement, revealing long-hidden details, the remnants of bulkheads, scattered ammunition, and evidence of the firestorms that ended her voyage. Every surface has a story to tell, every jagged edge a reminder of impermanence, and as divers rise towards sunlight above, the enormity of Yamato's silent grave remains indelible, a lesson in pride, loss, and endurance. The bridge and command areas lie twisted, hollowed spaces open to the dark water above. Instruments and fittings, once precise and purposeful, now float in fragments or cling to corroded surfaces, relics of control lost to the depths. Divers move slowly, taking in each detail, aware that human presence here is fleeting, temporary, yet vital to remembrance. Light catches the edges of metal, shimmering in waves, drawing the eye along passageways once alive with activity. The smell of salt and rust fills the diver's mask, mingling with adrenaline and awe in equal measure. Photographs and diaries are gone, softened by decades of immersion, yet the faint impression of life remains in the smallest artifacts. Steel girders twist unnaturally, bent under the pressure of both battle and water, yet their geometric beauty endures. Currents push divers gently along corridors, guiding them through the wreck's monumental scale, a museum curated by the sea itself. Shadows lengthen as time passes, offering fleeting glimpses of the ship's former glory through distortion and decay. And in these corridors one senses the duality of Yamato, both weapon and memory, pride and warning, monumental and fragile. Above the wreck, sunlight refracts through the moving waves, painting fleeting patterns across the sand and rusted steel. Small fish dart between remnants, indifferent to human history, carrying life through the graveyard. Divers rise slowly, their lights dimming with distance, leaving the Leviathan to her eternal rest. Sediment settles and currents whisper over metal surfaces, echoing faintly with the ghosts of explosions and human voices. Each section of the hull tells a story, monumental and intimate, of ambition, courage, and the suddenness of destruction. The scale of the vessel dwarfs the divers, emphasizing both the ingenuity and vulnerability of humankind. Even decades after her sinking, Yamato commands awe, teaching lessons of pride, sacrifice, and the ephemeral nature of even the mightiest creations. Relics scattered on the seabed catch the final light, twinkling like distant stars in a universe of silence. And as the divers finally ascend into open water, leaving the wreck to its stillness, the voiceover concludes with a single reflection. Beneath the waves, Yamato endures, not as a weapon but as a memory. Decades after the tumult of war, the name Yamato resonates across history, a symbol of ambition, engineering mastery, and the fragility of even the greatest empires. Memorials rise along Japan's coastlines, simple stones engraved with names, wreaths of flowers, and the quiet hum of remembrance. Waves lap gently at these markers, echoing the oceans that once carried the battleship on her doomed voyage. Visitors linger in contemplative silence, reading plaques, tracing fingers over bronze reliefs depicting the ship's outline. The scent of salt air mingles with incense, creating an atmosphere of reverence and reflection. Photographs of surviving sailors, now elderly, adorn museum walls, their youthful faces contrasting sharply with the calm of their present surroundings. Model ships, precise in every detail, fill glass cases, miniature Leviathans frozen forever in static grandeur. Even in recreation, Yamato's scale overwhelms imagination, the shadow of her steel presence lingering in memory. Children gaze with wide eyes at these models, unaware of the fear and courage they once represented. And through all of it, a solemn truth remains. History preserves both triumph and tragedy, teaching lessons beyond the reach of time. Veterans recount their experiences with measured tones, voices carrying the weight of decades and the resonance of loss. Each memory is vivid. The rumble of engines, the taste of salt on lips, the sudden shudder of explosions, and the camaraderie that bound them together. Some speak of fear, others of quiet pride, yet all describe the same immensity of the ship beneath their feet. Their stories echo in museums, classrooms, and documentary films, bridging generations with first-hand testimony. The texture of their recollections is almost tangible, the creak of bulkheads, the vibration of massive guns, the taste of exhaustion and oil. Young listeners lean in, absorbing history through the cadence of lived experience rather than textbooks. Tears are not uncommon, though often restrained by dignity, for each memory is a tribute to comrades lost and a nation forever changed. Soundtracks of waves and distant horns underscore these accounts, linking past and present in sensory continuity. Even as decades erode physical memories, the emotional truth of Yamato's voyage remains unbroken, and from these voices emerges understanding that the battleship was more than steel. It was a crucible for human courage and folly alike. Art and literature carry Yamato into the imagination, novels, films, and paintings, capturing her size and story in varying shades of reverence and critique. Artists focus on lines of steel, smoke, and water, often juxtaposing the ship's immense power with the vulnerability of men aboard. Cinematic recreations show the Leviathan cutting through waves, her guns blazing, yet these images carry a heavy undertone of impending doom. Poetry remembers her in abstract terms as ambition incarnate, a floating monument to both pride and the inevitability of fate. These creative interpretations invite reflection on the broader consequences of war, the fleeting nature of supremacy, and the human desire to leave a mark on history. Historians analyze, document, and preserve her story, contextualizing her in the evolution of naval warfare. Even global audiences recognize Yamato as an icon, her name synonymous with the twilight of battleships and the dawn of a new military age. The tactile and visual legacy of the ship endures, offering scholars, artists, and ordinary people alike a lens into human determination and its limits. Exhibits feature fragments recovered from the wreck, each a relic of extraordinary scale and profound symbolism, and through these cultural artifacts, Yamato continues to speak, her story carried across oceans, decades, and mediums. Descendants of the crew carry personal stories and heirlooms, letters and diaries preserved as sacred remnants of lives intertwined with Yamato. They speak quietly of fathers, uncles, and brothers who vanished beneath the waves, their lives encapsulated in brief anecdotes or a single photograph. Some still wear military insignia passed down, tangible reminders of family courage and collective grief. The tactile presence of these objects evokes memory with an intimacy that words alone cannot convey. Museums and memorials invite these descendants to share their narratives, linking private mourning with public remembrance. The human element persists in these stories, highlighting sacrifice, loyalty, and the weight of national expectation. Emotional resonance is palpable as visitors listen, the air heavy with silence, punctuated only by the rustle of papers or the sigh of distant waves. Photographs capture these moments of reflection, a second layer of memorialization for those who could not witness the voyage firsthand. Letters are read aloud, each syllable carrying the echo of a generation lost to history yet preserved in familial memory. And in these personal narratives, the Leviathan's legacy becomes deeply human, a vessel not merely of war but of enduring remembrance. Modern naval engineers study Yamato's design with awe, dissecting her blueprints and construction techniques for insight into mid-20th century maritime innovation. Her scale, armor distribution and firepower remain subjects of fascination and analysis, a testament to meticulous craftsmanship and industrial ambition. Diagrams illustrate weight distribution, gun ranges and engine output, while simulations recreate her maneuverability and vulnerabilities. Students and naval historians debate her theoretical effectiveness, acknowledging both her might and the strategic miscalculations that led to her demise. The tactile and visual lessons extend beyond the battlefield, influencing modern shipbuilding and naval theory. Engineers note the precision required in forging her armor, the complexity of her machinery, and the ingenuity behind compartmentalization designed to withstand battle damage. These studies connect technical brilliance to human decision-making, illustrating how ambition, resources, and circumstance converge. Even in obsolescence, Yamato teaches that size and power alone cannot dictate outcomes, and that understanding history is vital to shaping future strategy. And through these analyses, the ship's story transcends memory, entering a realm of practical legacy and ongoing influence. The waves above Yamato's resting place continue to ripple, indifferent to history, yet reflective of memory in motion. Sunlight dances across the ocean surface, glinting on miniature waves, as if acknowledging the passage of time. Marine life inhabits her wreck, integrating human history into the natural rhythm of the sea. Currents shift silently, stirring sand and artifacts, preserving the story in sediment as much as in records. Remotely operated vehicles film the wreck, transmitting images that bring her to those who cannot dive to the depths. Each image reveals the magnitude of her loss, yet also the resilience of memory and human curiosity. Oceanographers, historians, and documentary filmmakers converge to study and portray her remains, each discipline layering understanding upon reverence. Even decades later, the visual imprint of the ship's form commands attention, an enduring silhouette beneath blue expanse. The ocean, though unfeeling, serves as guardian and storyteller, shaping perception while safeguarding history. And for those watching, Yamato's grave is simultaneously a monument and a teacher, her silence louder than any cannonade. Across Japan, ceremonies honor her memory annually, wreaths floating on water, prayers murmured in temples, and silence observed at museums. Veterans and civilians gather together, bridging generations, the shared act of remembrance uniting past and present. Bells toll softly, echoing across harbors and over cliffs, the sound carrying both grief and respect. Stories are recounted publicly, detailing heroism, sacrifice, and the lessons learned from a conflict that shaped a nation. Students participate, absorbing history through ceremony rather than solely through text, connecting emotionally with events otherwise distant in time. Media coverage captures the atmosphere, emphasizing dignity, sorrow, and reflection over triumphalism. These rituals, both intimate and public, reinforce the cultural significance of Yamato's story. Photographs and video recordings preserve these ceremonies, ensuring that the act of remembrance continues even as participants age. Wreaths drift slowly away on calm water, carried by subtle currents, visual metaphors for lives lost and memories preserved. And in these moments, the ship's legacy transcends steel and fire, transforming into a shared symbol of endurance, mortality, and historical consciousness. Finally, the ocean waves, memorials, and stories converge into a meditation on impermanence, ambition, and the passage of time. Yamato, though destroyed, endures as a lesson etched across history, culture, and human memory. Her name evokes awe, sorrow, and reflection, bridging the gap between the chaos of war and the serenity of remembrance. Artists, veterans, engineers, and descendants collectively keep her story alive, each in their own medium and manner. The shadow she cast on history is monumental, yet her ultimate vulnerability reminds all that even giants must yield to circumstance. Photographs, relics, and memorials serve as anchors, connecting modern eyes to a past both violent and profound. The ocean, with its eternal rhythm, carries both her body and her myth, preserving lessons for generations to come. And as the narration closes, the voiceover intones the final reflection. The final voyage of Yamato was not just an end, it was a reminder that even giants fall, and that history is written in their wake. The story, while concluded in words, continues in memory, lesson, and reverence, a fitting coda to the journey of a Leviathan.